Good morning, guys. Hello. My voice feels weird. Literally, just now. Just started. Jim, buddy, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Alright, let's get her going, shall we? Shall we get her going, you know? Gammon. Okay, right. Good morning, everyone. Kel, GG's on first, cutie. Thank you, I appreciate it. How you doing today? And Moggy, GG's on second. How you doing, Moggy? Saves, GG's on third. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Saves. I always feel like I want to ask you how you doing, but like I know you like to lurk, so that's why I never be like, how are you doing, Saves? I just say like, hope you're doing well, because like when people lurk, I don't really like to ask them questions because they want to lurk. Nafrusi, hello cutie, how you doing? Ah, Nafru, you got Yorkshire tea. That's the best tea. That is the best tea. That's what I'm drinking right now. And Cass, thank you for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a lovely day, cutie. Hi, Will. Hi, how you doing? How's Will today? Ready? Hi, Will. I am so ready for today, honestly. I'm so ready. I'm so fucking ready. If we get it done. Why did that not work? That just... I pressed A on my controller and it muted the game. Whoops. I'm very EP. Did you not have good sleeps? How are you? I'm doing alright. I guess I'm a little sleepy too. I decided last night I wanted to... I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's a documentary. I think it's like recently came to Netflix and it's about like reality check America's Next Top Model. So it's about the show. And I thought it kind of looked like the preview of it. I was like, okay, that looks I've never watched it ever, like the actual show. But I saw a preview for the documentary. I was like, that looks really good. And I decided to watch. There's 3 episodes. They're an hour each. And I just like binged the whole thing. And I was like in it. I was in it. So that's my hyperfixation for today. If you ask me anything about it, I'd be like, bam, 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 bam. Crazy facts. Oh, no. That top is cute. Thank you. It's really comfy as well. It's just one of my comfy home t-shirts, you know. Thank you for the hearts, then Lucy. I need to make tea as well. Please do. Make some tea for yourself. See, what's that? I've not slept in 3 days. Why not, Moggy? Why are you not sleeping? I watched it. You watched it, Bobo? Oh my god, it's so good, isn't it? It's so good. I love a documentary. Hi, Demon. How you doing? I love a documentary, especially ones that like are just different to the ones I've usually watched. And I did not realize what I was going into when I was watching this, because I said to someone earlier that I had watched it and they're like, a documentary about a TV show? I'm like, nah, like you don't understand. I was and I just went into like this huge paragraph. I was like, you know, back then in the 2000s, you know, it was quite difficult for Tyra as a black model. She got paid significantly less and it was harder for her to get jobs, and she felt, oh my god, guys, what is with this? Thank you, guys. And she found it like really difficult, and she wanted to show like the behind the scenes of modeling and how difficult it is. So she decided she wanted to make a show. So they pitched the show to everyone and everyone was like, nah. But then I think it was like UPN, I don't know. It was a broadcasting company which was going kind of a bit downhill. Tix, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. And thank you for letting me enjoy being here, and the community love and the mod love. I hope you're doing well. Have a good day. Have a good lurk. And yeah, so then they like tried to cast like girls, which they thought, you know, was the stereotypical perception of what model like beauty is. But what they wanted to do was challenge what people thought beauty standards were. So they are trying to get out of the box of the white skinny female, and Tyra wanted to bring in like ethnicity, diversity and things like that, and she was trying to really show, you know, like the experience for her. She wanted to make it like more accessible for other girls. Well, they cast one black girl and then they said, right, that's enough. And Tyra was like, well, no, I want to like cast this Latino girl. And then they were like, no, that's enough diversity. And Tyra like was so angry. But so it showed a bit of that. And then apparently like the first season come out and the girls were like pissed because they didn't realize that it was going to be edited and make like some of them have really negative personalities. So obviously when you have reality shows, they have like narratives, and some they made like one girl look aggressive and like one kind of like lazy and like gluttonous and things like that. So then obviously when it came to trying to get into the industry, they didn't have a good like perception because of the portrayal of the reality show. But then also all of the models struggled to even get jobs because they were from a reality show, so they were treated very differently to ordinary models. And then as the time went on, oh my god, it was so unhinged, it was so crazy. And I think the reason they did the documentary was because in 2020 they explained that during COVID everyone like binged it, and then watching it through the lens of this generation, people were like losing their shit. They were like, this is not okay, how could you do this, Tyra this, Tyra that. And Tyra had a lot to answer for. So I think that's why they made the documentary, and they were trying to explain, you know, yes, these things weren't okay, these things were wrong, but back then in the 2000s, the beauty industry, that's how it was. Unfortunately, that's how it was at that time. So yes, like now, as things have progressed and we've evolved and, you know, times have changed, it's wrong. A lot of it would not be aired and things. It was fucking crazy. It was unhinged. It was controversial, I'd say. But back then, that was the beauty industry. And it was just, I was just, you can tell, I was in it. I was in it. It was crazy. It was so good. Anyway, you probably do not care about this documentary of America's Next Top Model, but yeah. Hi, Lander. Good morning. How you doing? Lander's just there like, answer my good morning. Stop talking about this American's Next Top Model. But now I feel like I want to watch it. I've never watched it, but now I feel like I want to, because I want to see what was aired and stuff like that. Because it was some crazy shit. But Bobo, how are you doing? How you doing, lovely? It's crazy. It was so crazy. It was so crazy. This dies today? I hope so. So many hearts. Oh, my t-shirt? Yeah. We're gonna beat Millennia with love. We're gonna fuck her up with love. That's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna suffocate her. Oh, it takes the love. Thank you.
Hello, Mother Trucker.
Nilsey, hello. How you doing? And Demon, thank you for the community love and the mod love, and you're doing amazing, sweetie. I was just like fully in my American Next Top Model documentary rant. It just got so out of control by the end. I know, and then I just think it's so crazy that they got rid of like prominent members of the show. Sladykins, hi. How you doing? And then in the end, they replaced Tyra when it was Tyra's whole idea. Tyra made it up. She went to this guy called Kevin, and you know, she put so much work into this show. You could see it was like her everything. She worked hard. And then by the end of it, they got rid of her and then replaced her with Rita Ora, who wasn't even a model. So yeah. I go through periods where I just sleep for a few days. I survive on caffeine. Oh, I don't sleep, sorry. Nicotine and watermelon. The watermelon, that little specific detail was quite funny. Last time this happened was 3 years ago. I hope you get some sleep soon, Morgie. Even if if it's now, like, please, I hope you get some sleep. You're so cute today, buddy. Thank you so much. Wasn't it that they made the black girl look aggressive? Like, wow, what way to stereotype people. 100%. Like, the whole show was meant to show, like, the beauty standards didn't have to be a white, skinny, like, female. But then they made the black woman look very aggressive, and yeah. And I think she was done really, like, something else was quite dirty. She didn't like how, like, you know, she was gay, but they were just like, they just put it out there without even asking her, are you okay, you know, being openly gay? How you doing today, Tia? I'm doing good. I am ready to fight Millennia, and I want today to be the day, because I swear to God, guys, I was enjoying your explanation. I just feel very passionate about the show right now. I absorbed so much information over the course of 3 hours, and I generally didn't realize I would learn so much from the show. But yeah, cleaning my office a bit in the meantime. Ooh, it's nice to have a little cleanup. I love having a clean space, because otherwise I don't feel like I can work. Like, when my living room is very cluttered, when Bubba's been around throwing toys everywhere, I'm like, I can't work like this. This is atrocious. Yeah, go hug her, I will. We're gonna suffocate Millennia with our affection. Good morning. How you doing, Lucy? You can do it, lurking because of office. I hope work's going well, Slade. I appreciate you. Hi, boy. Hello. Hello, boy. How you doing? The emote. What is it? Is it Shrek? Valentine's Day Shrek? Oh my god. I forgot Rita Ora. I just don't get it. Why would you get rid of Tyra to then replace her with Rita Ora? I mean, I guess Rita Ora was just like, you know, peak at that moment. Like, Rita Ora was huge. She was on like X Factor, Judge Panel and stuff like that as well, I think. I love watermelon. Fair. As long as it keeps you hydrated, then fair. Hi, Love Liar. Hi, good luck. You got this very cute cutie. Thank you. I appreciate it. Suffocate her between our collective thighs. I do have some thick thighs, so I think we could get away with this. I think we could get away with this. I'm good. Kate and I had a great morning so far. Do you feel better? I'm glad to hear you saying good, because obviously you weren't feeling so great yesterday. So I'm glad you feel. I assume you feel better. You just gonna chill? You're gonna like parallel play together, or are you gonna watch some stuff together? What's the plans for the cuties today? Yeah. What about you? Just the same as every day, until further notice. But making the best of it. I really want to do this fight today. I really want to do this fight today. I really want to do it. Today is our day, a day of fun. What does a day of fun entail? Please tell us. Right, should we just get into it? No work, no responsibilities. So does that mean you're not allowed to draw? It's Saturday and no drawing day. Except food and maybe laundry. Oh yeah, those are like must-dos, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Back here. Oh shit. Oh my god, this is not a good start. My wrist is still fucked. It looks better today. Do you think it's because you've done a lot of drawing this week? Do you find it like is recovering faster though? Because like by the sounds of it, you've been able to do a bit more, and it seems like maybe it's recovering faster. We didn't see that. Look, it's early, okay? It's early. Nothing happened. You guys are all still asleep.
Oh, you're drunk.
Hi, Billy. Hi, Billy, sweetie. How you doing? Right. Oh, yeah. Whoop. Oh. Alright. That was not a good reflection of my skills. No, I'm fucked. Yeah. I need it to be further away. I needed to be over there. But I was here, and I needed to be over there. My arm is feeling better. Oh my god, I was in bed last night. I was like, my shoulder. I don't know why, but I just thought of, you know, that sound, like, my Sheila. I was thinking that, but my shoulder. I make myself laugh. I'm fine, I think. Haven't had enough coffee to start the brain. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. How about you come back to me in like maybe half an hour or so and let me know then. No. That was really silly of me. We'll get back into it though. Oh. We almost actually go out with that. Did you care to share? Making yourself laugh, that's how you have a great sense of humor. Yeah, but then people think I'm weird because I laugh at myself because I think I'm funny. I don't know if that's a good thing or if it's kind of a little sad. It's like, okay, you think you're funny, like, okay. For a coffee tool that needs it, or tea for those inclined to that flavour instead. Oh, thank you. I do like some tea. Oh, I'm dead. Bitch, can you stop? She keeps doing it and I'm not even over there! Bleh. Meant to be over there. You're meant to piss off, let me go over there, throw a knife at you, then you jump in the air. Does she forget how this is choreographed? TikTok comment section is always cracking me up. Oh no, why I had to figure that. I'm still I love watching. Like, whenever I look at a video and I enjoy it, I always go to the comments all the time. She's doing it so early as well. She just doesn't understand the assignment. She is confused. She has forgotten what the contract is. Okay. Focus, 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 focus. I think she misread the manuscript. I think she did, you know. She's being she is in breach of contract. Right, and now we run! Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Jump, 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 jump. Jump in the air. No. Oh, shit. Here we go again. There we go. Now we're cooking. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, damn it. I should have backed off and I didn't. I should have backed the fuck off, but I was like, if I hit her, hopefully she'll back off. Sometimes I think if you get like that one extra hit in, she'll be like, she'll do that thing where she retreats. But I risked it too much and I didn't even get a chocolate biscuit. Did you risk it for a chocolate biscuit? Is what we say here. Would you risk it for a chocolate biscuit? Alright, let's do it this time. She did the dodge, and I was already moving, so I wasn't able to dodge. which was a problem. Risky for the biscuit. Exactly, Pengu. Hi, how you doing? I'd face considerable risk for a chocolate biscuit. Do you give her anything? She's so She is so stabby. Like, does she do anything else? Thank you for the hydrate, Moggy. Alright, let's focus. We need to suck off. There's not much I could do then. Not much I could do. Zach, suck off. The guy is really strong swinging a sword like that. I believe Millennia is a woman. Pin my hands. Alright, let's try again. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wrong time.
By the scarlet rot.
Man. She's so difficult to beat. How rude. Only ever done it once. Every other time just couldn't, so left it. This is my first. I just want to do it. I want to do it. I feel like I'm getting close. But hi, Barados. I hope I said that correctly. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. How rude. A solid phase 1 there. Thank you. I think we'll get back into the flow, hopefully. GG, thank you, cutie. See how it goes. Oh, I fucking ran into the wall. I ran into the wall. That was my mistake. She's so shy now. I can feel the tension in the air. Yeah, she knows I'm figuring her out. So she's like, stay away, stay away. That was going well. I'm usually more conscious of where I'm running, but that I was like, oh shit, because I've been running out like the 2, and then I dodged a 1, and I seem to do pretty well with that. Do we have any? Oh, we're gonna have to get some more root resin in a minute. Damn those rocks. I know. The rocks fucked me up. I jinxed it. It's not you. It's me. I'm the problem. Hi. Yes. I'm the problem. It's me. Missed it. So we can get on that one. Am I the problem? No, I'm the problem. I always do that. I go in it too early. I couldn't even move. I literally couldn't even move. I dodged and she went the wrong way, to which I fucking clicked. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. That's what I think of it all. Alright, a problem we love to have. Yes. I didn't see the slay emote after am I the problem? am I the problem? Is it like, am I the drama? Am I the drama right now? Am I the drama? I dodged that, so that's kind of annoying. god, I was stuck in some moves then. I was stuck. I wanted to back off, but I was already stuck in the move. Oh, fuck off. Go away. I don't know how I just missed that one. Oh, she took so much of my health then. I'm not rolling at the right time.
By the scarlet rot.
The frenzy scars look good in this armor. They really do, don't they? Thank you. How you doing, Pretty Dim Sum? Should I try Planet Crafter? When did that come out? She was really quick and energetic. I'm cutting her off from coffee. Did you give her coffee? Is that what the problem is? I'm not when I've been there, I'm not usually like insta dying. That's like a new thing I'm doing today. Insta dying when we get there. Dead. So dead. Woo! Nee. Come on, just do it. Oh, you're actually being a bitch. I'm gonna come over to you and you're gonna do it. Why is she not doing it? She's usually doing it by now. Why are you not doing it? I have no daggers. Oh, fuck off, man. Nah, I've got no daggers. It's so fucking long. My eyebrows really itchy. That was not the time to do that. I do not feel good about this one. I always look up to know when she's coming down. Yeah, no, I usually do okay with that. And I actually can get out far enough usually. And I've been dodging usually when it hits, but I'm just missing it today for some reason. But I'm out of daggers and I'm running out of blood grease, so that's not good. Need to sort that out. She was literally dodging my throws. I don't think it even needs to hit her. She just needs to, I don't know. It's just meant to somewhat trigger her. Get triggered, you know? Alright. We need more fights. More and bigger fights. I was trying to be funny. No, it was. She's just annoying me. I would like to do it today, but I'm like, are we gonna do it today? I don't know. Need to get back into the flow of it. We were like consistently getting to phase 2. And this is why I hate like having a break sometimes. Sometimes the break helps and sometimes it doesn't. Cool. Right. Alright, let's get some rings so I can get some daggers. I honestly cannot fathom how you're meant to dodge that shit. I just wasted a blood grease. I keep doing that. I've angered everyone. Everyone's angry at me. Thank you, Bird, being a little dum-dum. Yeah. Limited inventory. Wait, oh, I liked building a base and make it a little home and see the planet transform and such. It can be a bit tedious with some things like limited inventory, but there are mods. Oh. Wait, I'll have a look at it. Planet Crafter. Is that what you said? Planet Crafter. Let's have a look. Planet Crafter. Steam. Is this one you recommended to Kane the other day? No. Oh, the grass area looks cute, not gonna lie. I like where it has the waterfalls, very pretty. I could see you playing that kind of game. Right, okay, let's go buy some more daggers. Mods it is them. I think I'd prefer a mod, but first I need to decide whether I'll get it. That makes sense. Hi, how's it going today? Yes.
Always a pleasure.
I'm hoping we're gonna do it
Care to
today.
purchase
I'm hoping we're
anything?
gonna kill Millennia. But I'm doing alright. How you doing, Brum? Alright, I want a few daggers, so I don't go come here again. Let's just do 80.
Goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Right, I'm gonna go get some root resin. No, I was just thinking about trying something chill. I get that. It's a nice chill game. Yeah. That's why I've been really wanting to play like World of Warcraft or like Paleo or something. But in the evenings, it's like, I just got no time. I know why I said it like I did. Is there any other like chill games that are like taking in your fancy, or is it just that one you're like, yeah. You gotta get through the fear of the blender, don't let it consume you, see it like science and study the blender in its place. I agree. I have a bit of PTSD from blenders now. I will never be able to have one in my kitchen. I will never be able to do that. Okay, let me put my foot out. Okay. I just gotta focus. You know when I'd have a break yesterday and I'd come back and I'd be in an absolute flow state? We need some of them. So I was getting some of the first stage, like barely any fucking hits. You're doing so well. Like, where is that? Come back. Come back to me. I know, I need to suck off. I need to suck off. That's why sometimes having the break, it's like you're just really out of the flow state. There's a strat including pots if you want to know. I just feel like throwing pots into it now is just gonna discombobulate my brain. You know? I think we'll get there. I just need to get back into the flow. You know, I was in the flow yesterday. I'm out of the flow. Get flashbacks whenever a blender is near. Slow-mo millennia scenes coming up. You scream. Ah! I can see it, and then some opera music on top. Oh, it's a vision. I can see it as well. Hide in the corner, and the person I'm with is like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Millennia, stop, please! Millennia, no!" Get her away from me! Get her away from me! Ugh. Right, we're out blood roses. There we go. The kitchen will be the least used room. Why'd you never cook, Mom? Mom, why'd you never cook me anymore? I can't, don't make me go in there. The kitchen. Wait, I read that. Play phase 2. Summon move is worse than the dance. Oh yeah, that's the one that yesterday I kept getting to, and I was like, whoa. Well, what the fuck do I do now? We just need to focus. Just gotta focus. Some people say phase 2 is worse, and some people say it's actually easier. So, yeah, I don't know. Right, let's make sure our stamina is up. No, she's getting too close. Oh, fuck. Blade's so fucking long, man. Eh. I'm in the fucking rocks again. I think I would have learned from the first time. There we go. That's more of what we were doing yesterday. Oh my god, my game lagged. I didn't know what she was gonna do then. Okay, I think I got that one figured out. Oh shit, I didn't realize she was gonna do that. Oh shit. Okay, I figured more about out. I feel like I was learning. I was learning more. Please don't make me go into the kitchen. There's a certain appliance that that should not be named. See, dodge off of it. The first half, I feel, you know, when I'm in the flow state, I can get it really well. I just, when I get to the second phase, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Hi, Grim. I believe in you. Thank you. That was a good run. Thank you. Let's do it again. Sometimes I dodge that one and sometimes she gets me. Oh no, we're fucked. Yeah, no. She's way more aggro in phase 2. There's no way some people think it's easier. Yeah, some people do think it's easier because they feel there's actually more opportunities to hit her. It's probably the direction of the dodge. The direction of the dodge. Which bit? The rot eruptions are really good openers, not gonna lie. There is, I can see there is openings. I can see it. I just have to have the confidence to be able to do it. Yeah, almost constant. I think like if you when you figure it out, you can see there is quite a lot of moments you can get a hit or so in. Oh well, shit. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, no.
Blade of Morgana.
She was a bit too aggressive for me to have a moment to myself. Is this what my life's gonna be? We're just, every stream now is just gonna be this. Forever. And ever. And ever. I feel like in the second phase as well, she heals so fast. Like, she gets more healing when she hits you than in this phase. That was really bad. It's the reach of her blade, it's fucking insane. Like, it's just nuts. Like, no matter how much you're like dodging out of the way, it's like she will hit you like one time. I'm out of here, bitch. Oh. she had like no health. It's not be forever you're improving, just need to get way too tiny. Yeah, definitely. Hi, Spider Goddess, how you doing? Okay. Which, like I said, we're consistently getting more time here. Oh, I didn't realize it was going to be that. That's also what throws me out. I don't realize when she's doing that move. I don't get it. She jumps in the air so many times. I can't figure out when she's doing that specific move. Yeah, you guys are jinxing me. Can you just be more negative about it, please? Just be more negative and then it will happen. Right, I'm gonna snooze ads one time and then after this run, we'll have an ad break. You can usually see it and the sound as well. I'm not focused on sounds though. The sounds is not. I'm not a good sound person.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh shit. You suck. Yes! More of that! So bad if I kill this boss. If she didn't stagger so easily to R1 spam, this fight would be horrible. Oh yeah, definitely. This fight is horrible. Don't get it twisted. Hi Mooney, how you doing? And also, how you doing, The Grim? Welcome in. Love the art here and her playstyle. Good thing we'll be here forever. Yes. Your thighs aren't thick enough. Oh shit, do you want me to eat a burger? It's only like 11:30. Suck! You suck! Lol. Oh yeah, you have to have a 50 tea leaves to be able to get a 2026 doodle. Could try going light roll, it helps with spacing a bit. I feel like I'm too far into this to change things up. Like, I know what's working for me, if that makes sense. Hi, Blade Media. Welcome in, how you doing? Yeah, I think we're too far in to change things up. Like, I'm getting to the second phase, so then I'll just be like, well... Oh shit. Can you do that when I'm far away? Like, stop activating when I'm right in your proximity. It's very rude. Right, one more go and then we'll run ads for 3 minutes. Which will hopefully give me a little... Ooh. Ain't great. Ugh, millennia. Absolute pain. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How many times have you done millennia? Actually, guys, please share. How many times has anyone done millennia? Fashion 10 out of 10. Thank you. I like my outfit. I think it'll be looking good. I was quite concerned at first because this is my first playthrough and I wasn't finding anything that I liked, and I found the horns initially and then this outfit and I was like, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Well, that was a good hit.
Oh, my bad.
My little fuzzy bear, welcome in. How you doing? That's annoying. Run, 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 run. Woo! There we go. Ooh. 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 Bam. What's that? What's that? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. That's why I was already running. Okay. See how this one goes, huh? Straight away, come on, man. Straight away. Why are we doing the water foul straight off the bat? Bitch! Come on! That was unfair. Straight away, she's just like, ha 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 ha. Hi, Rolly. How you doing, cutie? Right, we're gonna run outbreaks. Where'd I get to? Ring the Eldens. Hope today's going good so far. I'd say it is. I'd say it's going good. I think we got to the second phase a few times now, so I think we'll start figuring it out more. How you doing? How you doing, Fons? I'm still on my first playthrough. I died to her 1,010 times. Granted, I'm using my piano as a controller. Are you actually, like, legit using your piano as a controller? Big damage? We're getting good damage. We're getting good damage, yeah. The bleeds are bleeding. She bleeds for us. We today I'm just taking it easy and looking at PC parts and stuff. Anything in particular you're looking for? Lols. Thanks, cutie. I'm ill and at work, but I get to finish it for you today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better soon. Right. I'm going to run ads. This is so you guys don't get ads when you first come in. It also means you don't miss anything because, like, I'm not forcing you to sub. Also, it gives me an opportunity to use the bathroom. But this is your reminder to grab a drink, grab a snack, take any meds, use the bathroom, take your eyes off the screen, stretch your body, whatever you need to do. This is your opportunity. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Okay, hopefully ad should be over. Hopefully. Hi, Lukey Bear. I don't know if I've said that correctly. Welcome in. How you doing today? What is that? What is... Excuse me. Where are you meant to go? There, I think. Alright. Okay. Find worms for the fishing. Nothing in particular, just wanting to make an incredibly small form factor PC, so just researching that. What is a small form factor PC? I don't know how many times I've fought Millennia, but I needed to take a break from Elden Ring before I burn out. I won't say how many hours I've logged. Is it like 1,000? I've just looked and I looked like when I opened the game on Steam. It says I'm at 200 hours, so that's cool. Lukey is fine. Am I saying it right, Lukey? I am rot maxing today. So far, what does rot maxing entail? Is it just kind of sat chilling, watching telly? Wait, how many attempts have you had against Millennia? We started Tuesday, I think. Tuesday. I can tell you we've been trying for about 13 hours with DLC. Have I done the DLC? Is that what you mean? Yes, okay, thank you for letting me know. Lying in bed and chilling on the phone. Nice, nice. Have you played Elden Ring before? Basically a tiny PC, just everything in a case the size of a shoe. Oh. That would be interesting. If you do that, I would love to see it. It's been 87, it feels like it. Feels like it. It's been 84 years. But we're getting there. We're getting to the second phase more consistently. At the start of stream, it was like, ugh, trying to get back into that flow, but I think we're getting there. I got almost 700 hours, so no. Oh yeah, you sound like a novice. Have you played other Souls games? This is my first. My first little of a man. I'm gonna let it shine. This little love of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, I went into that. And then it lagged. I went the wrong bloody way. Am I the only one who liked Millennia? I don't think it's a case of not liking her. It's just she's hard, you know? Like, she's got good design and she's like, you know, she's part of what the Souls kind of games encapsulates. But she's hard. I played every From Soft game and Nowhere. I'm not sure how you say it, but I think it's like Nowhere, 2 and 3. Love the Souls genre. Which one's your favorite? Would you say Elden Ring? I love Millennia. Like I said, she's pretty. She's got a really cool design. She is, you know, it's very well designed. All of it, just all of it. But it can definitely be, I think, like demotivating. Like make you question, can you even do it? If that makes sense. Is it possible? Oh, I'm in the fucking trees again. I keep getting a little bit of like lag as well, which I don't know why. Oh, I didn't realize you could get me from that far. Oh. See, she can get me from so far, then I try, and it's like, oh wait, I'm too short. Oh. Dead. Fuck's sake.
Blade of Nicola.
Hang on, I need to scroll up and chat. Give me a second. To see where I was. There's people who have made liquid cooled ones at the size of full size. That sounds crazy, and like the size of a shoebox as well. That doesn't even sound real. My favorite boss fight in the game. I can see why. Like, you know, some of them. With the other bosses, I feel, you know, when you get to them in the game, like, they're difficult. But then my partner, he just decided to, like, go around and get, like, the stones, which then made them significantly easier. So there are ways that you could get around those, whereas I think Millennia, it doesn't matter. You know, it's hard no matter what. She's hard but has cool design and mechanics, yeah. I mean, the fight, yeah. To be fair, she is a literal goddess of war. Yeah. She is a demigod, I'm guessing. Or is she just a god? Or, like, I'm guessing it says demigod fallen when you've killed her. Once you get good at her, you'll wonder why you ever struggled. I feel like that's, yeah. Yeah. I'm saying, but I liked fighting her. I think on some level I must somewhat like it because I'm not getting overly frustrated. Like, we tried all of stream Wednesday, all of stream yesterday, but I still feel I have quite a positive attitude compared to when I get some of the bosses and I feel quite frustrated. You say it like you spell it, Neo. Okay. Neo! Like the singer. She's also completely blind. What, millennium? Well, so if I take my glasses off, do you think I'd fight as good as her? My absolute favorite was Elden Ring, closely followed by the first Dark Souls. Interesting. I love hearing what people's favorite Souls games are because it always varies, but I do find like the tops tend to be Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3. Come on, you got this. Thank you, Jake. I'ma try. We are getting to the second phase more consistent now. True. Hi, Ardbug. How you doing? Bug. How you doing? It's rude how she heals off you like so. Yeah, I know. She just knows what she's doing. She's trying to fight us in the mind as well. Her fight is really fun. Can be hella stressful, but really fun. Yeah. I think it's like, it was a bit more stressful at first with the waterfowl blender move. Because I just couldn't figure out how to dodge it. So that was kind of frustrating me. Because that took me hours to figure out how to get out of it. The Women's Six Nations starts today. I hope England can keep their record of winning it. They've won it 7 times. Oh, we on about football? Is that what it is? The only hard thing about her in the waterfowl dance, yeah. If she didn't have that, it wouldn't be... Then, yeah. Because it's just, like, instant death. Like, the grab, like, instantly kills you, basically. If you have, like, any health removed, you're dead. But the grab is so much easier to dodge, and she barely does it. Watch me go into it now, and she does it. With the heavy, do you focus stuns? What do you mean, do I focus stuns? To be honest, the rot wasn't a bigger problem for me. Yeah, I've only kind of died to the rot maybe, like, 1 or 2 times. It's more so the stabs. It's a struggle. It took me 75 hours to beat her. I have not got 75 hours in me. You got this, thank you. Hi, Saji. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Saji. I hope you're having a lovely day, cutie. Kudos to your patience, definitely. Sorry, it's my dog. I think my dad's at the door, and she's so excited to see him. When I done this, it didn't take me too long, but I did have a quick build. Trying to do it on my heavy build was hardest, to be fair. So what is a quick build? Elden Ring is probably my favorite, maybe Sekiro, but with DLC, I lean more towards Elden Ring. I've heard varied things about the DLC. I've heard that it's absolutely amazing, but it's so much harder. Rugby? Oh, okay. I actually don't know a lot about rugby here. But, yeah, I hope they win. I hope you enjoy it, Moggy. 1,100 deaths, 75 hours, 8 streams, full of blindfolded with my feet, piano and harmonica. Oh my god. Are you okay? Are you okay, Blame? I want to try Sekiro. I think you'd like that one. The next Souls game we're going to try is Bloodborne, 100%. Sounds like heavier jump attacks. I mean, I do the jump heavy attacks. Oh, it's quit so bad. I feel that. If I wasn't streaming it and people hadn't been watching me through the whole journey, I don't know if I would still be doing it. Quick is more like katana and like armor. Oh, I see. I see. I get you. Alright, I'm fine. You can call me T, by the way. When people call me R, I'm like, huh? I switched to katana quite early on for her. That's like, we were talking yesterday. I think it was like Rose and Boy. They said like, I don't know what they said. Said about double swords. And I was like, we could try that. You know, because I could level them up. Could possibly do that. It's harder, but it made exploring the open much more interesting with the new connections between areas. We will do the DLC. I'm interested in DLC, but not straight after this. I think the plan, Souls-wise, you know, after this, I'm going to play a different game to, like, cleanse the palate, have a Souls break. After that, hopefully, if, like, I feel rejuvenated, we're going to go into Bloodborne. Then maybe, like, another game after that. And then the DLC, I think. Bloodborne is really good too. I've heard such amazing things, honestly. Really great things. I was using this, which I've got it to +9. Can you use like this with one of these? I'm not even doing anything. I should continue the DLC. Yeah, but you did say it was making your wrist hurt. It's always there for you to go back to. I mean, if you want to, then like definitely. But if you feel like you want to wait a little longer. Wait, you are at how many? I wouldn't even know how many, honestly. I have not kept count. A lot. Hundreds. You got this? I'll try. Have you tried just doing a stun run? Like, yeah, no, I have. And then people are like, why do you keep doing that? We do a mix. We do a mix of like heavy jumps when I get a good chance to. And these are good as well. This is not going well. They get a good build up. I need it to be further away. You do digital contemporary art or something? Oh, Nayla is an amazing artist. Nayla is fucking amazing. Nayla does art streams on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then gaming streams on Friday and Sundays. Nayla is so fucking talented. So fucking talented. She's just finished playing Claire Obscure. Well, not finished. She's doing like the DLC and stuff. To be fair, I give full props to no summons. It's because I hate myself. I deserve pain. Turn emo now. Hate it here. I deserve to suffer. Oh, she fucking stunned me. Like, then is a good time to get a good attack. Yeah, I was not far enough away. I'm an artist, you could say that. Oh my god, Nayla. Oh my god. How you are downplaying this is actually nuts. You're so good. Why? What do you mean? What do you mean? Is this the one? I can feel it. Well, it clearly wasn't. I need to focus. I need to get back into my flow state. I'm getting distracted. No one talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't perceive me. Turns cam off. That was so bad. I'm like not in the flow of this right now. My wife is an art teacher and she teaches high school, so we'll def send your channel over to her. Aww. You both watch Twitch? Sounds it. It feels weird to say because because I'm like, I also do art, but like, I'm like, that feels weird to say now. It's like my own channel, but I feel like that's like self-promotioning. Do you know what I mean? But yes, on Tuesdays, we also do art. But we did it this week because I wanted to finish this game, which is not seeming likely at the moment. Ugh. I feel like I just want to start again. T, do all the self-promos. This is your time. It just feels weird though, do you know? Because it wasn't about me, and it's like, it just felt weird. I don't like it, you know? It's like I'll be in like some people's channels and they'll be like, oh, like talk about yourself, or like, oh, you're a streamer, like what do you, and I'm like, this isn't about me. Why are we being weird? Like, don't talk about me, please. It's in your name. This is true. This is true. Maybe I am the art. Maybe I am the art. Promoting yourself on your own channel is wild, definitely. I mean, I'm not up to Nayla's level at all. Like, do not be deceived. But we try. I'm getting really annoyed with this now. It's just not. I'm not in the zone anymore. I'm more involved in music. Oh, do you make music? What kind of stuff do you do? Or do you like play music? It sounds like the same thing, but I say like making music like people do like digitally. And like playing like the physical instruments. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate it. Right, I need to get in the zone. Okay. I don't know if I'm far away enough. See, I was dodging that one before, and I don't seem to be dodging that one now. For some reason. Oh shit. Why did you do that again? Definitely doesn't seem right. That's awesome to see. Yeah. They're cuties. They're a cutie couple. GG's, thank you. It's just not good enough yet. What's with this weather? Cold, warm, cold, warm, cold, cold. I'm freezing. You're cold. I have my window open. But I guess I'm like by a computer. But yeah, it is like... I wonder if she has a blender in her kitchen. I guess not. That's how she has perfected it. Yeah, it makes her practice. I do more performance-based stuff. I write my own music, but I don't put it out there. I tend to keep it to myself. I try to blend music and game in a literal sense, hence the piano controller. That sounds fun. And did you say that you stream now? So it's like if we hear you playing Elden Ring, it goes like do 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 do. Oh my god, she's been so aggressive already. Oh my god, she's like backing me into a fucking corner, man. Back her in a corner, see how she likes it. You stay in that corner, and you think about what you've done. Eh. It's super fun. I'll have to check you out. See, I messed up doing that fucking heavy attack there. 1 hour it's like 40 and then it's like 95. Yeah, it's just like, it's warm outside. Like, it looks so sunny, but there is definitely like a breeze. A nice summer's breeze. I can't wait for it to be a bit warmer though. But then I'm also not, like, it's nice to go out in, but then inside it's like an oven. I was really struggling to sleep as well. But I do have an air conditioner now, so it should be okay. But sleeping was awful. It was no good. Missed completely. This is awful. I just want to start again. Just start again, mate. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. I don't like you. I'm glad I found you guys. I just decided to randomly browse since most of my other friends aren't streaming. Oh, where did you, like, how did you find me? Just like searching through Elden Ring. Yeah, I'd say the community is really nice here. Nilla's community is very lovely as well. Oh, I didn't realize she was gonna get me from that far. Just looked at Elden Ring category. Look who me go. In the Elden Ring category. My arm still hurts a little bit though. Guys, this is a warning. Don't play swing ball unless you properly warm up your arms because you'll end up damaged. You'll end up damaged. So what kind of art do you do? I mean, I can show a little bit. I have some on my PPC. My PPC. Little break from dying over and over and over and over. I'll just show a couple things. Where is my work? Where do I keep my stuff to? Is it in here? Pictures. Illustrations. There we go. I found it, don't worry. Found it. I'll just show some of my more done stuff. Okay. Go here, and then, yeah. Okay. So this is one. I like this one, it's nice. Lurker friendly, I'll take a seat here and watch. Oh, thank you, Lurker Shadow. I appreciate it. Yeah, feel free to engage how you want. If you don't want to speak, then don't. If you do, then do. Yeah. You do you. We got this one. I really like this one I spent so long on. But it's been a while since I've done like proper illustrations because I'm working on like a comic book for my 1-year anniversary. Yeah. From Raven from Teen Titans. Nope, don't. No. I like elves. I like elves a lot. Yeah. Elves are good for me. Where's some of my other stuff? Illustrations. Like my cat. Where's my cat? 1 second. Where's the kitty cat? Oh yeah. This was my first cat piece ever, and I did it this year. I was very happy with it. It's very cute. I like it. Thank you guys. Your username checks out. Yeah, you've passed the vibe. The vibe check. So yeah, that kind of stuff. I then was trying to like play around and do some other stuff when I was doing uni a couple years ago. So I did something like this, which I liked, thought that was cool. Just tried to play around. Where's this one? Except I'm not like all-knowing, amazing. I'm just trying to improve and get better. I can see, you know, there is area for improvement, but this one I did for Inktober. This one was like years ago. This one's not so great. I like this one as well. This one's cute. It's the hat for me. I like the hat. The hat satisfies my brain. Yeah. That's some of my stuff that I've done in the last year or so, I'd say. See if there's anything else. Yeah. Hi Daba, welcome in. How you doing? I'm trying to bring my wife over real quick. I'm at work, so I don't know how fast she'll see my message. Oh, bless her. Still really good work, thank you. It's like, I can see there's improvement, but I can see, you know, more area where I can improve. I haven't seen some of that. You never posted them. Yeah, they're on my Instagram. They're all on my Instagram. They're just older. Instagram. The Gram. The Grammy. Oh. Oh! Oh! Get out my face. So if we like scroll down a bit. This was like my master's show stuff where I made an animation. But yeah, so we got the one that I just showed, and then the little guardian. Yeah. Some other stuff. It's not a lot, but there's some stuff. Yeah. Hi, Dark Nightmare. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing all right, thank you. How are you? Inktober is fun. Did you finish the full month? This was back in 2023 was my first year I did it, and I did every day, but we did a challenge together, me and Beat Drop. We did this thing called Gametober, and we like got like some community members together from both our communities, and we made like a gaming themed list, did all of it. And then the second year I was really busy with uni, so I couldn't. And then last year I was super excited to do it, but for 3 years in a row we arranged it and like did a list and things like that. Is it on here? Yeah, so this was the list we did for last year, and but then I got put in hospital, so then I was really unwell, so I couldn't do it. But I'm really excited to do it this year. I'm really excited. Nothing's gonna stop me this year. All of them? Yeah, I think I posted the ones that I've shown. Hands are always most difficult from what I can tell. Yeah, people try and like shy away from them, but I just try and throw myself into doing those things. I do what I can. Love the artwork. Walked away from my phone, but had headphones in, so I still heard. Oh, okay. Okay, like I said, you do you. If you don't want to talk, if you just want to lurk, please like just be you and be how you want to be. But thank you. You're doing very well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy to hear. I just saw the stream title. I actually did not realize I did 69. Yeah, did not realize that at all. Yeah, that's some of my stuff. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm just focused on this bloody comic at the moment, and it's driving me nuts, but should hopefully be done soon. And then back to hopefully doing some studies and stuff. Are you on PC or console? We are on PC. PC. Right. Nice little art break. Love talking arts and farts. But yeah, that's usually a Tuesday. She might still be asleep. She's judging an art competition today, so she's probably still asleep. I work graveyards. I see. Aw, that's exciting. I hope she has a good time. That sounds great. But yeah, I just tried to do what I can in between having my daughter. I get a bit tired, so I do what I can. I don't know why I tried again. I could see she was flying away like a fairy. she was a fairy. Alright, should we see if we can bait her again? Just get into a more Fatus area. There we go. How are you finding Millennia? Yes. I think we're finding the first phase we're getting better at it, but the second phase I've just not spent enough time to figure it out at all. So the second phase I'm quite weak at, not gonna lie. But I'm trying. Kick in the face now. Rude. Oh, I didn't realise she was going to do that. That was not the time to do that either. Can you just let me heal? So rude. Keep forgetting that. I knew she was going to do it as well, but I was too close. How many attempts have you had at her? So many, honestly. I have no idea. Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? No idea. 07. I just need to get better at attacking her. I need to find my opportunities and fucking do it. You got this, just be patient. Is 13, 14 hours patient enough? I think I'm doing quite well being patient. Do you use summons? No. This is a no summons run. Not doing so great this time. Oh, we're dead. Blade of blah blah blah. Right, I need to focus. Ugh. My ankle. Been sitting on it weird. It's gone funky. I just wish we could get more time in the second phase where I could really hunker down and figure it out. As I could tell you the one I used to mess around. I mean, you can tell me, but I won't be using any summons. But you're more than welcome to share. Ah, fucking couldn't dodge. Hang on a second, it won't let me allow it. Thank you. Black Assassin. I don't even know if I've got that. Yeah, I've never used any of the summons. So what does that, like... Does that like summon a black assassin? Oh, running low on blood grease again. This is not good. This is not good.
Blade of Mikola.
That was a really bad attempt. Feeling hungry. Yeah, and I put a 20 health decrease on her. What, like 20 like percent or just 20? Interesting. It's interesting how many different ways you can do things in Elden Ring. Hi Eric, thank you for the free stream streak. How you doing? Oh, I went the wrong way.
Blade of
Went the wrong way. Do you have the Death's Poker? What's the Death's Poker? I don't know what that is. Is that a weapon? It's a weapon. Maybe. I don't know. I'm good. Weather is so nice. They had awesome walk this afternoon. The weather here is really nice as well. I'm glad you're good and you've been enjoying the nice weather. That makes me happy to hear. No, fuck's sake, it was going so well. I knew I shouldn't have done that move then. It has a frost on it and frost slows are down. So I've heard. I have heard that frost slows are down. Okay, that was a good attempt. If I had not used that move then. That's why I don't really like to use that move too much in this fight, because I like to have more control with that move. If you're kind of doing it and she changes what you think she's gonna do, you can't really get out of it. It's how I did her in 12 attempts. What, like your first ever time? You managed to do her in 12 attempts? I feel like I'm getting better at dodging the first one. Yes? Fair play. Fair play. We are running out of the blood grease there. So we're gonna have to get some more of that. So maybe we can get more of that before the outbreak, have the outbreak, and then come back and keep trying. First time I ever took on an enemy, it took me 5. Really, Moggy? How did you manage that? Back off.
Blade of Mikola.
Do you have all 10 Somber Smithing Stones? Oh, my weapon is fully upgraded. It's the legendary. I have no idea. I just got very lucky. Can you give me some of that luck? What the hell? Alright, we'll do one more attempt and then we'll get the resources we need for the blood grease. Yeah, we got the ancient dragon Somber Smithing Stone. So the weapon is fully maxed out. I really like this game except for how hard some of the bosses were. I feel that. I feel that in my soul right now, Bull. How you doing, them? How was your Mrs. birthday? Did she have a good day? Did you enjoy the place? Oh shit. Fucking tried dodging, didn't work.
Blade of
Can you, if you have for the Death's Poker? Sorry, I don't know what you're saying, Dark Nightmare. You're right, Fluff. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Okay, right, let's get some runes. Buy some blood roses, then we'll get some root resin, we'll stack up some blood grease, and then we will give it a go after the outbreaks. Where's my crossbow? Apparently I can't hit my mouth with water, I just spilled all over me. Oh, yeah, I think we've all been there. At least you tried. You're right, Fluff. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Sorry for the 10 sombers with the death poker. Can you, if you have for the death's poker, Sorry, I still don't understand what you're saying to me. Oh, it's the first time I dodged it. I understand either. Okay, it's not just me. Okay. Because I feel like when I stream, I understand so much less than usual. You almost fucking rode me off the side. This poker is a weapon. I know it's a weapon. I know it's a weapon, but I don't understand exactly what Nightmare is saying. Saying, can you, if you have for the Death's poker, and then do you have all 10 Somber Smith? That's what I'm not understanding. I think you have to kill an enemy for it. I'm not interested in the death poker. If you want to slow it down. I'm happy using the weapon I'm using. I'm very conscious of this side. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Let's go here, and then we'll go buy some blood roses. I think you were trying to play blind and set mechanical advice, right, D? Yeah, I've been playing like, I don't know how to play. Like, I appreciate tips when I ask for them, but, I don't particularly appreciate when people come in and tell me how to play and that I should use specific weapons and things like that. Because if I wanted to change the weapon, if I wanted to get something specifically to kill Millennia, I am very capable of searching if I wanted to. But I want to do it the way that I have set my character up. Oh, I just got rid of my weapon. Guess we're fighting in the dark. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to tell you how to play. No. I know you wasn't, Eric. I know you wasn't. I was just confused of what Nightmare was trying to say. I didn't understand. I know you came in and was just trying to help. Honestly, it's fine. I think I might die. Oh, fuck. Why did I not heal? I swear I just used it. But no. Not you, Eric. Like, I appreciate the help and the advice, but if I want it, I will specifically ask for it. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follows, by the way. Sorry, I was like in my own little mind. I was in my own little mind. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was also trying to get clarification as well. Yeah, no, I'm just doing my own thing. You know. Just doing my own thing. Just bobbing along as the little noob I am. You know, we're at endgame, so I think we are close to doing it.
I love you.
Thank you for the mod love, Eric. I need to memorize the way from this way. I usually go from the other way. Well, it's not this way. Which is the way? I can't remember. Where did you come from? Hi, Beef Money. How you doing?
No, I don't.
No, I'm lost.
I don't. No, I'm not allowed. I know I'm not allowed. I've done it now. It's too bleeding late. What are they gonna do? What's gonna happen? Gonna shoot me? I doubt it. They'd have to catch me first. I'm like a whippet.
I just want to travel. Thank you, Billy. Thank you for the biddies. Alright. I know how to go from this way, but I thought it was easier to go the other way, but I don't memorize the way you're meant to go. It's my problema. Because these guys are bloody annoying. Ah, get out of the way! Excuse me. I'm a woman on a mission. I'm on a mission. Meh. This way I know, but I thought it would be quicker the other way, but I can't figure out the route. It's too dark for my brain. What is a whippet? I don't know. It's just like a whippet is a dog. Sorry, I do know. I lied to you just now, and I apologize. Whippet is a dog, but it's like
Welcome to
Hi, Tempest Cutie.
Trucking 101.
It's a Louis Spence quote, and Louis Spence was like, "I used to be very famous here." You're really annoying today. Yeah, he used to be really famous here, and quite iconic and funny. I think he was like a dancer, but yeah, he was like a TV personality as well. 95. Fuck it, we'll go for it.
I must apologise, I'm afraid.
Alright. To the shack. Tempest, how you doing, cutie? It's a really fast doggo. That one of like the fastest, I think. Maybe like the race dogs? Them kind of dogs. Beef good. Beef and Tempest made burgers and fries last night. Stayed up way too late watching the Moonlander stuff come back. Ooh. Jim has been very into that. How was it? Did you have a nice time together? Way too late. How late? I'm watching Bid on YouTube. Is he real? I think that is like him, yeah. I don't think it's a persona. I think that's just... He's very flamboyant. That's why I think he kind of blew up quite a lot. Because he was just very flamboyant. And yeah, we love stuff like that here. Sup T, Beefo, Nalo. Nalo. It's definitely what you do when the child is naughty. You... Noble. No. No. Way too late. I wasn't in bed. Oh. I'm so sorry. I stayed up late watching the reality show for America's Next Top Model. Not reality show. Documentary. And I stayed up till 12:30, which is late for me. It's too late for me. The burgers were so good. We made a bang. Oh, that sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. And you didn't share. You're right, Fluff. Is it because Moo's by the window? I'm gonna have an ad break in a minute, and then I will escort you to the window. Is that okay? How does that sound? She doesn't like it when Moo's by the window. It upsets her. She actually finds it quite offensive, really. That peasant cow cat is in her passageway to the outdoors. She can't believe it. It's quite beneath her, honestly. Because Fluff is a diva. How is T? T's alright. T's alright. T will be very happy when we do this fight. But we're getting better. We're getting better. Slowly but surely, my Tempesto. Tempesto. I think we could do it, you know, today. Possibly. I just heard a loud bang. Tempest, thank you for the 4 stream streak. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. I think that's like somewhat similar to what I've got on yours. Something like that. I know it's 30 something. I think that'll do it. Let's make something. We got 43. Okay. And then we'll travel back. And then we'll have an outbreak. Ba-ba-beep-up. I'm dying to use the little girl's room. Oh, I just pulled my arm off. My arm! Whoops. Alright guys, I'm gonna run ad break. So, I'll be back in 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes to the screen, whatever you need to do. Isn't it a whip it when someone huffs the gases out of a whip? I actually don't know. Is it? I'm too innocent for that. But I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. You wash your hands, beef. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard about you and your hand washing. Sorry, I had to explain maths to my mum. She did not understand maths. At all. At all, at all. Maths was just not irrelevant to her. Where'd I get to? Slander. Do you deny it? I'm not that innocent. Yeah, I actually wouldn't know what that was. I do not deny that we stayed up too late. Cats are fighting. How was I supposed to know? Is Morticia doing long arm defense? Or like grumpy face defense? But yeah, my mum was like, how old is Roggy? Which is my dog, which you can hear many times. I was like, she's 6. Like, we got her in 2019. And then she's like, well, how does that make sense? And then she's going, 2021, 21, 2, 23, 3. And then she's like, 24, 4, 25. I'm like, no. No, you've like... No. I was like, so she was born in 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I was like, so this year, 2026, she will be 7 in August. She's like, no, because 2021, 2021, 2, 22, and then, because she kept saying, like, the year, then she kept saying, like, the date, like, how old she was, and then it was getting too confused. I'm like, it's straightforward. Does mum celebrate the same age each year, skipping the +1 each time? My mum is forever 21. It's how dangerous what people do it. Okay, don't recommend. Don't recommend. Eat your cream on top of your cake. But yeah. She was like, well, why does your dad think she's 6? I was like, well, because she is. She was like, so she'd be 7. I was like, yes. Well, she was born in August. And she's just like, no. Also, my hands smell like rubber because I just blown up a balloon. You know, before I went, I said I heard a loud bang. That's because a balloon popped. That's what I could hear. It was a balloon. Big balloon. And I just blew it up for Bubba, and it's... I don't like the rubbery smell. It's not a nice smell. The smell lingers too much. This is not good. I just want to try again. She's 21, I'm 24, which I have been for many, many years now. Fair enough. We were trying to work out, like, how old my dad is, because it gets confusing. But I was like, well, he was born in 61, and Bubba was born in 21, so that means they'll have the same end number, if that makes sense. So, because she's 4, he then is 64. I was like, so when she's 5, he will be 65. And I was like, that is such a good cheat way to... No. Were there 99 of them? Were they red? It was red, actually. It's a huge red one. Did you say 6-7? Yes, but 6-7 means nothing to me. 6-7 is just words. Or that 7-8-9. My mum was 60 for like 5 years. I'm actually quite excited to hit my 30s, not gonna lie. I'm in that weird in-between stage, you know? That weird in-between stage of your older 20s, but you're really near your 30s. Run out of stamina then. Oh shit. Yeah, no. 30 square banger. I'll be there, Shu. I'll be there, Shu. You know about the Red Hot Chili Peppers? What's the song reference? Song references are hard when you're reading chat. Like, some people put things as songs, and it, honestly, reading it sometimes you're just like, oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for my pretties. Now there's a song called 99 Balloons or 99 Love Balloons. I've never heard of that. Who is that by? I went the wrong way. Mistake. Nena? I've never heard of Nena. And I know a lot of music. Who is this Nena you speak of? German singer? That's why. I'm fucked. Yeah, I found out how hard it is. Yeah, like when you're typing in chat, you think it seems like super obvious when you put like song lyrics in. And then when they just like say it and they're like, oh yeah, and you're like, oh, that just went over their head. That song was popular everywhere in the 90s and 2000s. It's from 1984. I don't know. Maybe if I listen to it. Wait, hang on. Let me mute myself. I have heard that. I skipped to the chorus, which I was struggling to find the chorus, but I was like, okay, yes, I have heard this. The English version. But it went on for a long time, it was translated into English. So did she sing it in English or not? Okay. Alright. Footstool. Let's see. Yeah, she sang both. Damn, sang so fluently. You got this, thank you. Thank you. Let's see how it goes. How long have we been doing this? 2.5 hours. That's painful. Adding it all together, the total. Fuck her up. Maybe not. Maybe not this time. Unfortunately, she did it right in my proximity, and I was not ready. She was like, "Are you ready?" I was like, "No." No. And I think sometimes if she hits you a couple times, it like stuns you, and you're unable to dodge. Because sometimes I can dodge it, and then sometimes I see my body is just kind of like, wow, and it just seems very staggered the whole time. Stuck in a stagger. Stagger with the dagger. That was bad. I'm actually just hitting her. She waterfouled your face. She really did. She really did. I'm definitely starting to lose my steam with this fight. If I can even do it or not. The steam is running dry. Well, that saved me £50. I thought I needed to go to the vape shop and get some supplies. Turn out I have a full bit. Well, there you go. £50 in your pocket. Love when that happens. I have to head out, getting busy at work. It was nice meeting you guys. You too, Blame. I hope you have a lovely day. I have to give you a follow. Have a good day, though. You can do it, no question about that, but she does switch up now and then, making it a hard fight. Why am I doing that? It was going so well. That was such a good run, until it wasn't. There's an Izzy that still spy in the next hour. That's wifey. We love to see it. We love to see it. We'd be like, are you the wife? She'd be like, yes. Lol. Yep. Yep, uncle. Lol. Uncle Lol. Uncle A20. That's a very cute flower emote as well. Lol indeed. Is it Izzy? Are you the wife? Now it happened. Now we're doing it. Hi! How you doing? This is happening. As one leaves, the other joins. Sorry, I got a fight right now. Good, I've been summoned. How you doing today, Izzy? We've heard you like arts. That was a good run though, thank you. the low insinuated maybe otherwise. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, no. I needed to be further away. Good, I do. I love art. What kind of stuff do you do? What kind of stuff do you love to do? Twitch decided not to show me Izzy's first message at first, and I was so confused. Oh, what the hello? The little like peek around the corner is so cute. Art. 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 Okay. Yeah, everyone was like, oh, perfect timing. I'm like, am I blocked? I get that. I get that. He's just like, what? Am I blind? Is he like a figment of everyone's imagination? Alright, come on, stop now. Now we run. Run, 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 run. No, you stay over there. You stay over there. Yeah. Yeah, you do that. You do a bit of that. You like that. And then, bam! Yeah, what do you think about that? That was nice, wasn't it? Oh, I'm dead. Whew. That was not the time to do the move. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ooh, ooh. Hope you're having a good day. Oh shit. Damn it. Lol, because I laughed that I was playing with my friend that you'll die with that move and you actually did. Oh, nice. Glad I could be part of a bet. You can beat her. I'm trying. Suck off, we need to suck off. Lately I've been doing a lot of digital crochet and acrylic painting. Love that. I started off doing acrylic and then I had a child, so then I decided digital was more suitable than having acrylic and a child in the same proximity of each other. Do you have anywhere that you share your stuff? Also love some crocheting. I was just excited because because your husband mentioned you'd come. Yeah, we like to welcome like new people in as well, especially as mods. We like to say hello to new people so that everyone feels welcome. So I think sometimes you can go in chats and then like you can feel a little unwelcome, you know? And I think a chat has like a huge contributing factor to that. And when you join like a new chat and then people in chat are like, hi, you know, like, I don't know, it makes you feel more inclined to be there. Almost dodged it so close. Every time is that, guys. The time was impeccable. It really was. It really was. Say hello to Millennia. Millennia! Brom says hi. Do you think she'll go easy on me now? Oh shit. I have my socials linked. Oh, well, like on your profile, like on your Twitch profile. Firm agree. I feel awkward. No, don't feel awkward neither. I mean, Izzy was just confused of how we were so excited. Millennia has decided you need waterfowl dodge practice. Yes, right in the proximity of her. It's because sometimes I get her down much quicker than I anticipate, and I'm not at like the distance to be away from her. I was confused. Nayla was just being nice because your husband had mentioned you. And me and Nayla are fellow artists, so we get quite excited about art and stuff like that. I've gone the wrong way. I did the wrong way. Yeah, I thought you were going to do that. Yeah. I heard Melania say that she's taking it easy on you. Oh, I don't think so. Don't think so at all. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. I heard she has a personal vendetta. Sorry, I'm not flexing. My arm hurts. I heard she has a personal vendetta against me. I'm just like, oh, Melania, are you intimidated by these guns? Maybe you're supposed to fight a millennial instead. My arm isn't hurting by millennia, by the way. It's from playing swing ball 2 days ago. And apparently, my body was not warmed up enough. Millennia is full of shit. She'd be lying. I saw ours and I mentioned you because R and the love of ours. I was like, no, and here, yeah. Yeah. We're just gushing about art. Why am I not healing? Oh, that was like really lagged. That was weird. That was weird. The responses were strange. I see no taking it easy being done, but you're doing the thing. I wouldn't revolt out. Are we? What is the cutoff age for a millennial? What's the youngest a millennial could be? Best boss fight ever. It is a good fight. Hello, Sins of Kai. How you doing? Okay, that's a good start. Oh, how did she get me from that far? Where says that when I want to fucking heal? I'm dead. This is not going the way that I planned it. You can smell the victory. I think your nose is broken. Like maybe 33, 42-ish. So my partner is a millennial. A lot of us are at least. I see you. Can I fight him? See, I don't need to go outside now. I'm happy. It's nice outside today, though. But yeah, you can enjoy the rugby like you planned. I'd let Melania kick my butt, but then you come in and distract her. How about that? How about that? How about that? I was dodging that one before, now I can't seem to. Always when I want to heal. Now just like back to full health. Get out of my like face. Get out of my face. Can you just jump in the air? Oh, she's not gonna do it. But she is now when I jump over to her. Yeah, see? Bitch! Why have you done this? Why do you hate me? This is not a good run. Hi, best doctor. How you doing? And Yusuf. Hi. How are you doing? Damn it.
By the scarlet rot.
Needed more stamina. That was a good attempt though. That was going really well. We got a break on her. That was going in a really good direction. Okay, where did I get to? Here we go. Blame and I have 3 kiddos. I slowed down on creating, then I was like, wait, I can put them into this. I brought them aprons and gave them watercolors and tempera paint. Every now and then I let them use acrylic. I've done collaborate art with my, oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's really nice. I see like some channels on like Instagram, they do that kind of stuff. That's really sweet. Do they enjoy it? The key to 5 millennia is a lot of crying. Maybe that's the problem. I haven't actually cried yet. Maybe I need to cry. On it, solid plan. It's windy as heck where I am, but I've got beers. The football team I support are winning. France are winning in the rugby too. Today's a good day. That sounds like a great day. It is like a bit breezy, but it does look like the sun is nice today. What does it say the weather is? Weather. Not as warm as I thought. And apparently it's raining where I am. But it looked sunny. If I ever had to fight Millennia, I would call Nayla up and ask her to do it for me. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nayla, can you come here please? She's so OP at WoW. It really is. And I swear she heals more in the second phase. But I might be wrong, but it just feels that way. But you can totally do this, I feel it. We're getting closer. That was a real solid. I'm feeling more confident when attacking her. Thank you for the lurk, Moggy. Enjoy yourself. Yeah, I feel more confident trying to get some attacks. Whereas before I was more like staying back because I was like, oh, she's scary. Alto, thank you for the 35 streak, cutie. Thank you. How you doing? I know, man, you didn't die that face hugging waterfowl, so that was pre-baller. Thank you. That one she just did, the summons, we have got away from that. I feel like if you just run, it works better. So yeah. Sorry, I was reading a message. Doing well, how are you? I feel like we're doing okay, Yusuf. We're doing okay. We're getting somewhere. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Not a good run against the phase 2. That's how it happens, though. I have to say it's not a good run. Because B-Drop did a clip, I was like fighting, like, I think it was like the Crusade night, like months ago. And I was like, oh, I'm dead now. I'm not going to do it. And then in the next breath, I did it. I was here. Sadly, no. But this is good. This is good. Like, I'm feeling more confident attacking her. Doing taxes before your caffeine kicks in is rough. Oh no. That's a good run, thank you. The summer move, yeah, I have got away from it the last time before, but I think maybe I just wasn't in the right place. I just didn't have enough stamina, maybe. I was too close to her, maybe. You're going in your flow state. It's like literally a switch. I just have to be like, That's a hella run, thank you. Day's pretty good so far. I did a 15 km hike. Now I have pizza. Hope you're doing well. Doing good. Doing good. That sounds like, yeah, it sounds like a great day so far. How was the hike? And what is the pizza? Look at all you guys. You're so cute. Hike was great. Nice weather too. That's nice. I'm glad you're enjoying the weather and you're feeling better to be able to have walks. I thought that was what summon's for, distraction. That feels like an easier way to do it, if that makes sense. I like her to purely focus on me, and when I kill her, I want her to look me in the eyes whilst I fuck her up, you know? On my way, thank you. Save me. They love it so much. My oldest draws and paints a lot. I love seeing her imagination grow. She created an OC even though she doesn't know it yet. That's so cute. She's 6 now. Aww. I love that. My daughter, she's 4. She loves colouring, but it's just... It's just circles of rage. And then when I'm like drawing on my iPad and stuff, she likes to watch me. And then if I like stop for a second, she's like, no, carry on. Come on. Keep doing it. I want to see it. I feel like the key to winning is for you to almost die and then you like double down your focus. That's what happened with the other day. I'm like, wait, where's my drink? Thank you for the hydrate, me Lucy. We're getting somewhere. We've got to phase 2 quite a few times this stream, so 1 potato, 2 potato. Pizza is Hawaii. I love that one. Yes. Oh, that's my favorite. I love Hawaiian. I love it. She is something. Okay, right. No one exists. It's me and Millennia. My 4-year-old is the same. I was taking a break and she was like, no, mummy, you have to keep working. Oh, bless her. Yeah, my daughter doesn't speak. She's nonverbal. But how she communicates is she grabs my hand and, like, pushes, you know? Today she kept, like, pulling me into the conservatory. And she wanted me to just hold her. This 4-year-old child is like, yes, please hold me in your arms. And she just wanted to, like, cuddle me whilst we, like, swayed to the music. It was very sweet. But my arms get very tired. Good luck. You got this. And always remember, dying is no way to live. Okay, I got it. Dying is no way to live. I have to head out, get ready for work. I'll catch you later. Maybe we can talk more about art and stuff. I'd love to. I hope you have a lovely day. It was lovely to meet you. And I hope to catch you soon. Have a great day. I appreciate you. Have a great stream. Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate it. Oh shit. Thank you for the lurk, Bull. I appreciate it. It was going so well. That was such a good run. I was in that focus. There was something I wanted to do. I wanted to get rid of my social widget because I was trying to watch a little bit of the fight yesterday, seeing, like, you know, watching where I could improve and the moves that were confusing me. And I noticed the social widget comes up too much and that bugs me. It's very disruptive. So before stream I wanted to make sure I turned it off. So I've just done that. Oh, thought I was away enough, but clearly not. Rolled the wrong way. Nice meeting you. If you have a Discord, let me know. We do have a Discord. I don't know if you're gone now, but I would have to whisper you the Discord link. Because we do it to make sure no scammy whammies join without us knowing. Alright, okay. That was not a great one. I'm here. Oh, yeah, I can whisper you a Discord link in a sec and you can join when you have a spare moment. That was unsuccessful. I can do it too. Naylor can do it too. If you could please, cutie. Not dogging that one anymore, but I was before. So that's weird that I'm not dogging it now. Oh no. No. Can I get a Discord link? I won't scam. I'll only post horse memes and stuff, I promise. Yeah, of course. If Nayla's happy to send it to you too. Of course, of course. Thank you for the lurk, Izzy. I hope you have a lovely day. That's what a scammer would say. That's funny. That guy stole my horse, don't trust him. I'll see if I can do it. If Izzy is lurking. Give me a sec. Beep bop boop bop. Beep bop boop bop beep bop boop. Tempest, you are a funny little bunny, you know? You know, you're a funny little bunny sometimes. Most times. Right, where is there? Whisper. There we go. I sent it to Izzy. If she wasn't able to respond to you. My phone is on 20%. It's dying. Like as many times as I'm dying in this game. I kid now. It was funny. And my axe. Nada sent it. Nice, nice. Thank you, cutie. Okay. Did you decide about the game? The planet craft? Craft planet? What was it called again? Planet craft. All this from random browsing. This is great. Yeah, it is. It is. It's lovely when you just find some lovely people you just feel you connect with on Twitch. Calm down, my love. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead! I was really busy with my humor yesterday, so I appreciate it. Oh, did you not feel yourself yesterday, Tempest? Thank you, of course, cutie. No, I was just taking care of a post, sitting and thinking what I could name the piece. I struggle. Oh, I hate that. Yeah. I hate thinking of the caption and things for posts as well. Because people seem to have such creative ideas. And I'm like, this is my elf I did because I love elves. And elves are pretty. Hashtag elf. Unnamed hashtag 7. Yep. But in art, we prefer untitled. Kane said I should call it Cloudy Day, and that's what I did, even though my first reaction was like, that's what I was just doing with my face, but for unrelated reasons. Is this the cloud study, or is this the one you were working on yesterday, which was my mum? Which I swear to God, it looks so much like my mum. I couldn't believe it. Which is weird, like you wouldn't think, but my mum is like blonde. But yeah. Yes, Untitled 1000, yes. My names are so simple, it's literally just what is in it. It's like, witch. Bear and rain. I was in a few shoots where I feel like I overstepped or bad timing, but I... Oh no! But I was also real in my head because of my nightmare. I get that. Like, I get those days as well where I'm a bit more conscious, and then... Like the other day, I was in Nayla's stream and I was like very jokey, and I said something, and Nayla's like, "Just go wash your face, just go." I could tell she was joking, but I was also just like, "Wait, are you annoyed with me? Am I being annoying?" Because I was like very jokey and sarcastic that day, and then she was like, "No, it's fine." I was like, "Okay, panic over." But like, even though you know it's people that are fine with you, and then sometimes you're just like, you just overthink, and you're like, wait, fuck. Yeah, the landscape study, I still need to finish yesterday's piece, but not today. Yeah, you need to rest your wrist a bit. Oh no, no, you didn't seem that way at all. Like, let me reassure you, you did not seem that way at all. It's just I'm like an overthinker, and because I was like very jokey that day, I'm like, wait, am I actually being, because I'm so used to people calling me annoying and too much and all those things, you know, I get conscious that I am being those things when I'm just like being my hyperactive self. So it's literally not like anything you did, I just get a bit in my head about those things. Thank you for the hug, Izzy. Yeah, sometimes your brain takes it a different way. Yeah, you're like, am I a problem? You get hypervigilant. Yeah, it's just like anxiety, and it's like the autism, like, I don't know, ADHD. It's just all of those things, and you're just like... I didn't bring out to fish for compliments or anything, but I appreciate you guys. We appreciate you, Tempest. We love you. We appreciate you. Yeah, we think you're amazing. You're the dog diggity biscuit. I was actually watching a video yesterday. It was something Beat Drop sent me, and it was about ADHD rejection. I don't know. It was really interesting. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. You guys will be like, this is not interesting at all, but I found it super interesting, and I don't know, it kind of like hit for me. I was like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Give me a second. Messages. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Because I had to go through like 4 weeks of spam of what Beat Drop had sent me. Where is it? There. Ha. Found it. Boom. Pools. Alright, make sure it's not too loud. Can we go on here? Can we find it on here? Ah, Fluff, you scared me. Where is it? Give me a second.
Children.
Can I not, like, fully open it? You not gonna let me just do the full thing? Guess not. Okay, alright.
Children.
Okay, alright. Give me a second. Wish I could. Ah, I've lost it. I've lost it. Where'd it go?
Children with ADHD.
Okay, alright. Window capture. Beep, 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 bop. Can I, like, put it back to the beginning? How do I put it back to the beginning?
Children.
It's just annoying because it's, like, showing my messages, and I don't really want it to show my messages. Hang on. Give me a second. Where? What, how long goes this one? Why is it not on his page? Wait, that's why I can't find it. What's the thumbnail look like? Because usually it goes like, just watch. Rain is loud. I'm gonna have to shut my window. Do you hear that rain? Hang on. That's so loud. That's why it's loud. It's bloody hailstones. It's hailing. It's hailing, guys. I don't understand why I can't find this video. Do you know what? We'll just play the audio. We'll just play the audio, it's fine. Right.
Children with ADHD hear 20,000 more micro rejections than a neurotypical child. You're embarrassing yourself. Why are you being lazy? Stop biting your nails. Why are you crying? Stop being dramatic. You're too sensitive. You're really rude. Stop being weird. Stop fidgeting. Calm down. Be normal. Stop it. Even non-verbal rejections like an eye roll. This turns them into adults who experience something called rejection sensitivity dysphoria. It causes extreme emotional pain when someone rejects or criticizes them. One tiny comment, like a friend saying they're too busy to see them, can trigger a nervous system collapse that feels like they're being attacked. And it means they can't do anything unless it's perfect. They stay in the office 4 hours later than others. They stay up all night to complete the work to a high standard. They work obscenely hard simply to protect themselves from the emotional pain that comes when their boss makes a tiny correction to their work. They fear disappointing people. This turns them into people pleasers. They abandon their own wants and needs to satisfy the wants and needs of others. They're always over apologizing. They hide their suffering because they don't want to cause a fuss or let anyone down, but they're crumbling inside, drinking or eating in secret, silently imploding emotionally, filled with sadness and shame. They avoid making decisions. It feels safer to avoid the conversation. They don't apply for that promotion. They stay in that abusive relationship. They let that friend keep walking over them. Rejection sensitivity dysphoria is exhausting, debilitating, and dangerous, which is why I wrote this book. I've spoken to every rejection sensitivity dysphoria expert in the world during the writing process, and I've condensed all of my learnings, tips, and strategies into this book. I wish I could read this book to my younger self. Always remember, you're not too sensitive. You are not broken. You have rejection sensitivity dysphoria, and you have always been enough. Children with...
But yeah, I like listened to that last night, and it's like basically what I was saying. I was like, oh, makes so much sense. Where did I get to? Anxiety, yeah. But I think that's due to, you know, what we go through in the past. Tempest, I posted pretty sick. Ooh. I look forward to seeing it. I like your vibes. You aren't the problem. They are. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. I appreciate it. Took me a long time to learn that, though. Everything you just said hit me. Like, I constantly reflect on things I'd done and said throughout the day. Yeah, it can literally just be one comment, and I'm like, should I have not said... Like, why did I say that? It's... it's a lot sometimes. That horse is haunted. Oh, my God. When I first posted it, I couldn't see it. There was some weird owl gif instead. Don't know what that was about. It was a nightmare where I said something I thought was innocent. Took it so bad that the husband explained to me about how I'm like a bad... Oh, no. Oh, bless you, Tempest. But at least it wasn't real. That's why Mike is picking up. Yeah, it was hailing really hard. What is happening else? What's happened? Is it... Did Eric not post an owl? Like... Thank you for the lurk, demon. Oh my god. What is that horse? What is that? Yeah, that's definitely a horse. Yeah. Is man in here bring the waterfall to you? Yeah. Rain on me. Ouch. Jesus. Learned helplessness. I already get it. Just, yeah, it made me feel really emotional. I was like, it makes so much sense though. I think I do have something similar sometimes, but it's because of former emotional abuse, maybe. I mean, I think definitely hearing those things enough definitely sticks with you, you know? I apologize and I could never. This hurts. I'm sorry if I upset anyone. You didn't need to attack me this early in the morning. I'm sorry. Hi, Rose. How you doing? I'm a little resistant to this label because my abuser threw his RSD at me all the time and it wielded against me. That's like... RSD, is that a connection to ADHD, I think? I'm not sure. I'm cleaning, so charging my head. All good, demon. I hope cleaning goes well. Only hear parts I got home, but damn, emotional damage is quite the welcome. I'm sorry. No, we were talking about how sometimes you could just think you're too much and then you perceive how people say things and then you just panic. You're just like, oh my god, have I fucked up forever? Is this over? Like, for me, it's very hard to break a relationship, like friendship, relationship, whatever. But for others, I have that fear that, you know, I'll say like one thing that is taken the wrong way and then it's over. It's gone. Do you know what I mean? Which is joking. Okay, I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. I don't want to upset anyone. I just thought it was quite relatable. Hi, Raiden. How you doing? How goes Millennia? I think we're doing really well. We've got to the second phase. I did get a bleed on the second phase. I've been managing to figure out that summon move. I think it's going okay. But how are you doing today, Ronan? Oh, let me snooze a sec. AUDHD. Yeah, it is. It is. It's difficult. As someone who was told they are too much, I want to literally defend anyone so hard who gets told that. 100%. 100%. I watched a video and it was like, you are not too much. The person just isn't enough to contain you. And I'm like, they explained it so much better, but I was like, I love that. It's like, of a sense, you know, they had like a little cup, you know, and you overfilled the cup. But say if someone's, you know, ability to continue is like more of like, you know, a pint glass, you know, they're able to continue and they don't think you're too much. It's like people's like capabilities, I guess, as well. My apartment is like a battlefield after being sick for like a month. Yeah, that makes sense. I hope you managed to get it sorted. Gotta help Beefus. All good. All good. So just clean in. It's so dusty. Good thing I don't live with someone that's allergic. I can feel it from here, demon. It's making me sneeze. Doing well, thanks. Just stopping by for good luck. We'll check in later. Thank you, Ronan. I hope you have a lovely day. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you're doing well. I think it depends. I have a bit of a different opinion on that. Okay, please share. Please share. I love to hear it. Oh, click clack. My back. So we have one more go before the outbreak. I'm trying, but your face keeps going back. What? Do you not like my face? Should I get rid of it? What are we talking about? We're talking about when you say something and you're scared someone takes it the wrong way, or you're a bit in your head about certain interactions. Things like that. Thank you for the learning, Lucy. Oh yeah, fill your belly. Get it in there. Get it in your belly. Good type. Good type. Can't type today, so sorry about that. That's okay. When can we ever type? Typing is just a construct. I like your face a lot. Thank you. I would have to explain so much, but I gotta go ease of it. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. If I crack a joke in a social setting and no one laughs, my life is over for about a week. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Saucy Buns. How you doing? Talked about apologizing. Oh, I see. Okay. Look now, all good. All good. Please, fill your bellies. Exactly. I had that as well. Like, I'd have some friends, and I'd say something I thought was like funny, and they'd be like, "You're fucking weird." Like the joke was maybe a bit like, and they're just like, like that Naylor Uemu. Wait. That's the response I get, and then, and then I'm like, okay. Been a weird day so far with everyone around, plus self having a weird headache since waking up, but now it's better. Just feels like mind is swimming. I was gonna say, did you have a headache yesterday? But that was Boy. Boy had a tension headache yesterday, I think. But I hope you're feeling better. Now it's better. That's good. That's good. Plus, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. What ice cream have you got? I have that with a friend all the time. How I say something apparently matters, like what words I use or how I pronunciate something also matters. And I'm like, here, I'm just trying to build a sentence. I mean, something completely different, so I have a lot of problems with that. Yeah, exactly. And it's just finding that. It's just trying to find the people that get you without it being a huge hassle. Muffin spelled backwards is what you do when you take them out of the oven. Just sniff them. Alright guys, I'm gonna run ads for 3 minutes. I'm glad you remembered my headache. I remember everything. It's actually quite excruciating. I remember like really weird stuff. But if you ask me to remember like maths revision, anything for tests, no. Absolutely not. But if you ask me, did Boy have a headache yesterday? I'm like, yeah, it was a tension headache. But then it got better. Got big box of Eton ice cream. Wait, what is that? I've never heard of that. But yeah, I'm gonna run ads for 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to grab drink, snack, take your meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen. Just whatever you gotta do. And I'll be back in 3 minutes and we'll carry on then. I might also grab a cup of tea, so I might be a bit longer than 3 minutes. Okay. Back. Right. Ad message isn't even done yet. I imagine make a cup of tea, use bathroom, eat a croissant. Does not translate. Okay, okay, I get you. This one, it's a tap rare. I do like a good flurry
What the
Hi,
Oh!
buddy.
Can you dial?
Do something.
Do something.
How you doing, buddy? I do like a good berry flavor though. Like with most things. Tea is nice. Like to mix matcha with fruit instead of using sugar. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I just made myself a nice little Yorkshire tea here to keep the energies. I drop a Cheez-It. Oh, it is a Cheez-It. Hi, Duke. How you doing? Welcome in. My cheese is making me crave Cheez-Its. The cheese is so powerful. Welcome back. Thank you, cuties. Thank you. Keep going. I've been soldering. Yeah, I think the last little section we were talking and I was a little distracted maybe. Hi, Jid. How you doing? How is Jid today? I can take a croissant. Okay. Let's lock him. My mum was like, did you hear that hail? I was like, whole stream heard the hail, mum. Thank you for the lurk, demon. Oh, that was weird. That was weird how she launched them. I'm fine, thanks. How are you? Doing good. Just wanna kill her. If we could caress it, I hope so. I hope so. Let's hope. Let's hope. Gonna lurk and clean. All good. All good. Thank you, demon. Hope the cleaning goes pleasantly. Right. Let's get back to the dance. Wow, you can really dance. Wow, you can really dance. Goes like bam, bam, bam. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. That's weird. Usually I dodged that. I did not that time. Unfortunately for me. It goes bam, 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 Dead. Oh my god! Hey my god! Oh golly gosh, Millennia! Was meant to, you know, do a little break them, but apparently I just chose not to. What a coincidence. Oh my god. I was not ready for that. I just don't know when she does it. Like with the other one, she usually does it like quarter of the way. And I don't know if she does the same thing then or if she just does it randomly. Because if that's the case, then I would know I need to back off a bit, but... we did get a little bleed then. Damn. She's a boss-ass bitch. She's a boss-ass bitch, that Millennia. Oh, looking really nice. Wow, looking really nice. Oh, you can really dance. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. There's a weapon from Remembrance that's pretty good for this fight. Yeah, I've heard there's a few different ones that are good for this, but I do want to do it with this weapon. You're a boss-ass bitch. Thank you. I'm a boss-ass bitch. Bitch, 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 bitch. All the boss-ass bitches walk like this, 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 this. You're this thank you. I started to play Elden Ring again yesterday. And how did it go? Did you like start afresh or from a current save? You'll get we'll get her sometime. Ooh. We went so long without getting hit. All the boss ass bitches. Well done. Birdhound bang, 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 bang. Straight off the bat, really? Ah! Hi, Umer. How you doing? Welcome in. Damn. She did 2 Warfowls as well, didn't she? Like in that second phase. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Every time when you fight her, you're getting better. This is true. We're getting to the second phase. We're learning a bit more of what she does. I'm getting a bit more confident with attacking her in the second phase. Yeah. We just need to get more screen time with the second phase, really. Doing good. I'm glad to hear it. How's Melanie going? We're getting better. We're getting better. Deed. Deed. That was going well though. We're getting better. Slowly but surely. All the pretty girls walk like this. That song stuck in my head now. This. Informed me yesterday that you're a pro Elden Ring player. Oh, Nishi! Nayla's here. She's just eating some nom noms. Oh, that's very nice of Nayla to say that. Don't watch me fight this. I don't seem so pro. Oh, lovely. Lovely, we love to see it. Right, now jump in the air. Jump in the air. Jump in the air. Now. Now. There we go. Nice. Oh, she usually does like a smackdown like that. That was weird. It is chucking down with brain where I am. Did you have hail? We had hail. It's not even. I just had hail. Yeah, it was crazy. Chuck it back. Chuck it back. You'll get it. Thank you. Been trying for a long time. Bitch, like you can't tell me what to do. Okay, fine. Yeah. That sword wiggled back when you smacked her. Take back to you. I don't want it. No, it's gone now. You can have it.
What's the scarlet rot?
I have a tea leaf. Hell yeah, what did you get? Chamomile citron. Nice, nice. What do you mean? I have to just do my Nayla impression. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. Have you played Elden Ring, Umar? Tell us your resume for Souls games, please. We'd love to know. I should probably go shower. Go shower, girl. Bam. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff, my love. Oh. That was Was that our first hit? Ha ha ha. We still have a bit of grease on our sword by the looks of it as well. Oh, she kicked me. Rude. Oh, I just need to breathe on her at this point. Eh. We're getting consistently there, I feel like. This is my fave Souls game right here. How many times have you played it? Have you played other Souls games? There's resumes specific to Souls. Yeah, I want to know, what's your favorite Souls games? Have you played Elden Ring? How many times have you played Elden Ring? What other ones have you played? What build did you do? Tell me. What was your favorite boss? How many times did it take you to beat Millennia? The weather is more decisive than I am. Yeah. It is sunny again now, which is nice because my partner messaged me not long ago, like, do you want to go out food later? So I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Clean that butthole. I think that was the reply you were expecting. Yeah. Say Umer. And then it's like, D Umer? Is it D Umer? I played 7 times Elden Ring and I played Bloodborne. Hoping to do Bloodborne. What's your mum's name? She will ask that too. No, I won't. Please don't tell me personal information if you don't want to. Oh! Did you see that? That was beautiful. It was fucking beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Ah, shit. This is not. Oh my god! Now we're dead. Dead. What was any of that? I don't know how I did any of that. In me mum's car. Bloom, bloom. Get out me car. No. Oh, that was going so well. That was going so well. I gotta write down all those questions. You don't have to answer all those questions. I'm just generally interested. I know Uma from other streams. Uma is a legend. Well, welcome on in, Uma. It's lovely to have you here. Guys, we have a legend in our midst. Because I'm soldering. How is the soldering going, Jim? Please tell. Strong Barbarian is the way. Oh, you reckon? Yeah. I feel like I want to do it like this because I feel I would have done it on my skill alone. You know, with like no help of armor, no summons. I feel so accomplished. I've only properly played Lives of Pio. Pi. PP. Tempted by Bloodborne though. Do you reckon you will? Maybe when I play it, it will inspire you to play it, Rose. Nice dodge, thank you. That was me, Tempest, the whole time. But on Age of Empires? Is that what they do in Age of Empires? Was the great axe with a great axe? Damn. I didn't realize that if you had a shield as well, like the shield does not help. It's going good off some pick. This guy sending me pictures of his circuit boards. Despite being my favorite Souls game, I've only played this 7 times. Only. From so every time you've played it, you've played the same character. So have you like then what's it called? in this game, it's called like rebirth though. Like when you go to Ranella, isn't it? You rebirth it. But I can't. There's a specific word where you then change your stats. Respect that. Thank you. That is the word I was looking for. Beep beep boo boo. Beep beep boo boo. I might have been yelling on the screen. Oh. We're getting there though. We're getting there. We're getting there. When you do, I might just start it as well. We could play alongside each other. Decided not to drink alcohol today. Why is that, Moggy? No, yes, no, yes. I genuinely was surprised we even survived. There was so much happening that I was like, oh my god. This shield doesn't help with everything. Yeah, I was shocked to know that. I don't want to play it too much because I still want to love it and not get burned out. So, have you tried other Souls games, Zemo? Respect. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. But when you speak to her, doesn't she say rebirth? Isn't that what the option is? No, not my stats the way it is, because every time when you play it gets harder. Yeah, it's just sometimes people may respec to then try out different builds, you know? You'll need a larval tier. I've seen that. I don't know where you get one. I don't even know if I have one. Where would you see one? I don't want to do it, but now I'm intrigued. Do you think it would be in tools? I'm intrigued. Ah, a raisin? A frozen raisin? On horseback, feed to... I didn't even know that was a thing. Soap. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. Moo, what are you up to, babe? Maybe it's in key items. I'm just intrigued. Oh, yes, there. Oh, yes, I have 10. There you go. Yeah, grant rebirth. I need to open my window. I shut it because of the hail, but, like, it gets too hot. With the computer pumping out millennia. It's a hot situation. Hello, Luna. There's a cat at my window. And a Peppa Pig sticker on my chair. A cat has entered the T brother house. Look, it's only 500 hours, okay? That's 300 on me. I hit 200 today on my Steam statistics. You're making amazing progress. Some people level up first before they go fight bosses. I mean, yeah. I feel like I would just kind of be grinding a bit much. And to level up now, it's a lot of runes. So many Rooney Poons. Like 181. That's a lot. Oh yeah, Lies of Peace, Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, and if you want to include 9 Souls, then 2. Oh, that's the cute looking one, isn't it? Like a platformer. Is it that one? I feel like I had that one on my wish list. Key items, thank you. Alright, played a bit of another one I think, but no clue what the name was. Was Asia based with female who have feathers or not? I'm not sure. That sounds cool though. I do love playing a female character. I agree, tea does help in the morning. Did I say tea helps in the morning? I know it was, I was playing it yesterday. It's costing me... What? Because, like, of new gameplay... That's crazy. Have you played any other Souls games? No. This is literally my first. But I do want to... After this, because we have this boss and then we have end game boss. And then I want to play a different game. And then I think we'll do Bloodborne to, like, have a little break. Because I've been playing this since November. Consistently. This playthrough, we're at 156 hours. 9 Souls is awesome and it's not cute. I swear it's like a cute little character. I have to look now. I swear it is the one I'm thinking of. It is! That is cute! It looks cute. I mean, you said tea helps. Oh, I see. Yes. That's why I was like reading chat. Like, did chat say it or me? That's why I was like, did I say that? That's why I was checking. Aw, Moo just got on the bed to watch Luna. Wait. Hang on. It's the brother and sister. And she's just come in, and then he's gone over to give her a nice little wash. He's like, let me wash you. Aww. Because, like, they're actual brother and sister as well, like the same litter, so it was really cute. Black lemon tea. Oh, is that what you got, Otto? Gotta clean my flash prison. I like that one, Tempest. Thank you for the lyric, and I hope the shower goes well. Bloodborne's an amazing game. I'm very excited. I think, like, aesthetically, artistically, autistically, you know, I'll really like it. I'm also really interested in Dusk Bloods this year. It looks cute, but it's not cute, I promise. No, probably not, but just the character looks cute. Are you gonna try the new DLC? The one for Elden Ring? I will. I think, like, my plan so far, which can always change, I wanna play, after this, I really wanna play the remastered San Andreas. Then I think Bloodborne. Then something else, and then I'm thinking the Elden Ring DLC. But you gotta play to find out. I see. I see what you're saying. Kitties, yeah. I don't know how old they're 10 this year, I think. Have you played Hollow Knight or Silk Song? I've tried Hollow Knight, and I found it really difficult. That was before I played this game. So it's something I really want to play, but I won't get Silk Song until I've finished Hollow Knight. But that is one on the backlog. 10 years is awesome. Yeah. And to have both of them as well. They're so cute. Moo, though, the one that was washing her, he's actually been hit by a car, though. And luckily he survived. And it's made him more conscious of cars. But my cats that I've got afterwards, I don't let them out because apparently my area is just not safe enough for animals. Yeah, we're fucked. Woo! Yeah. I think she's bipolar the way she changes her moves. Yeah, definitely. My cat is gonna be 9 this year. Aww. What kind of like colors is your cat? I got another cat that sleeps in here as well. Fluff. Her name is not Fluff, but she's so fluffy, that's what her name is. Pretty realistic fighting. Aw, they're so cute when they see each other. He has a white coat. A white kitty! I love that. Aw. Does that mean he's got blue eyes? Do white cats usually have blue eyes? I feel like they do. Mess that one up. This is him. Oh, he looks fluffy. He looks like a fluffy cutie. Persian cats are cute. Persian cats are cute. He does have blue eyes. Knew it. Knew it. Me and your cat is like this. No. Dude, people's like staring straight into one's soul. They really do. Oh. I love cats. I love cats so damn much. Anytime I see a cat out in the wild, I'm like, kitty. Kitty, hello. How long have you been streaming for? Like in total or just today? That's a very big question. In total, since 2023. Yeah, about July, August 2023. Oh. You're doing that, I see. So I'm gonna die now. Yeah. Yeah, since like July, August 2023. And I reached affiliate in the August. So in August I'll have my affiliate anniversary. And that'll be 3 years. Crazy. The emote is supposed to portray the look of disapproval. I can see that. Would you like a suggestion for the fight? You're welcome to give one. As long as you're not offended if I don't do it. Why are we not two-handing our weapon anymore? Okay, let's focus again. Messed that completely. She literally was waiting until I got closer to her. Instead of using the blood grease, you could use the blood flame blade incant on your sword. It buffs more and lasts longer. I don't know what that is. I feel like I have that, but I wasn't sure what it was. And does that like count towards like, you know, summons and stuff? Because I've been very particular in how I've been playing. But I think I do have that, and I thought that could be cool, but it looked like a lot of work to understand. Hi Horror, how you doing? It's like a buff for your weapon, like the grease. Okay, yeah, I think I have it. But I didn't really understand how it worked. Doing good, how you doing? I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing alright, I'm doing alright. I hope you've had a good day. Messed up. Oh shit. You know on YouTube how many times I see people break their stuff and lose and turn? You're doing so good. Oh, what you mean, like just keeping my cool? I just know if I get like frustrated, I ain't gonna do shit. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna make me play so much worse. They break their keyboard. Yeah, it's just not worth it. Otherwise, like, I just don't see the point of playing games if you get that angry at them. You know?
I'm a genius.
I'm a fucking genius.
Hey, Mom! I'm a fucking genius!
Been organizing a little horror movie date with my horror bestie for some time. Aww, that's cute. I hope you have a good time. Aw, I hope you have a lovely time. Was it this one? I don't have enough faith. Intense with blood flame. No, she's a pain in the ass to deal with because she's prepareders. And she's... Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. You need 12 faith for that one? Yeah, I can see. At that point, I don't think it's about the game. Something else is being triggered, maybe for people getting so ragey. Yeah, I feel like some people just get too angry at games. And... especially like FIFA, you know? I feel like FIFA and COD are like the primary ones. Primary ones go in there. You'll still get out of your current build. You had some pretty good runs. Thank you. Yeah, I think we could do, it's just I gotta get the timing right, you know? More time with phase 2 to really figure out what I gotta do there. And I guess just some luck of not being right next to her when she does that move. Let's get that number up. Horror, thank you for the free stream streak. I appreciate it. It's that waterfowl attack. It really is. Oh. How to fucking get out of it. I thought she had done it twice and I went to roll because I missed the third one and I misjudged it. It is so fucking long. Oh my god. Why are we doing this again? Why is she doing it again?
Blade.
You're not meant to do it again. The reason why I call her my horror bestie is because we always go see new horror movies with each other, kind of just been our thing for years now. That's cute though. That's cute that you call each other that. That's a nice thing to do together as well. But yeah, that face humor. Exactly. Okay. Oh, run out of bloody blood grease. Let's get some more root resin. Root resin, root resin, root. Alright, focus. Don't perceive me. Don't perceive me, millennia. Oh, I went to jump too early. I wanted to jump on her.
I am Melania. Blade.
How's this game going? I am Millennia, Blade of Akela. It's going okay. It's going okay. I look forward to the other side of this. We've been here for 3 streams now. 3 streams and a half, maybe. But yeah, I look forward to the other side of it. I really thought we were going to finish the game this week. Didn't realize I was going to be so stuck on her. Don't perceive me, Melania. Yeah, don't perceive me. Oh my god. Umer, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that was a good one. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. I'm never playing this fucking game. I feel like it would trigger me so much and don't have the patience for this game. It's a game you need a lot of patience for. Yeah, I will be honest. But it's very rewarding, you know. I feel like a lot of games sometimes are very samey. And Umer, thank you for gifting a sub to Eric. Thank you. That's sweet. You don't have to do that. But thank you. I appreciate it. Oh. Yeah, you just like I said, it's rewarding, but it's very testing. Deborah's nice again now? What the hell? I know. It can't decide. It can't decide what it wants to do. Very common, is it? Is Uma very given? It's just a lot of stupid damage. Oh yeah, definitely. It's very damaging. And I feel like it's so impossible sometimes to dodge those like swing attacks. Like really hard. I need to figure out how to dodge that one. I feel like I need to figure it more out, like, because I get caught in that a lot. And when I'm in the second phase, like, I know I can do it when she's far away, but I feel like I need to figure out how to do it when she's up close. I thought you might do that. I was going to say not to, but I don't want to seem like I was fishing. Like, oh my god, Umar, please don't give me a sub. Eric's my friend. He's really cute. Thank you. Like, oh my god, Umar, don't. Very given sport person. Aww. Sounds like a lovely person. Okay, focus. Why could I not move? Did I use all my stamina? I was so tired last night. I was asleep by 11. Normally I'm up until 1-3. Damn. I think yesterday you said that you had like gone out though, and that you had napped, and that you were woke up at 6:30, so that probably contributed to it. Lies, Eric. Be quiet. Uma's like, no, I'm not a nice person. How dare you compliment me? Alright. We've got ads coming up, which is a good time because I need to use the little girls right. My tea has sifted through my body. Oh yeah, that worked. That is how you do it, guys. This is how you get the win. Oh, you're so annoying. You are literally so fucking annoying sometimes. Piss me off now. Alright. Yeah, you can't hide, everyone. We'll find out eventually. I got home yesterday after a couple of big days in Melbourne, which probably caused it. Yeah. I remember you mentioned yesterday that you went to Melbourne. Yeah, probably made you a bit EP. I find going out makes me tired. It just drains me so much. I'm not built for the outside world. I'm built to be a hermit. Small doses.
You know what the problem is?
What?
You got it sent
I think
to
that is
them
the problem.
When it should be sent to
W
W
for Wumbo.
Patrick, I don't think wumbo is a real word.
Come on, you know. I
Wombo, you wombo, she me, wombo, wombo, womboing.
I wonder if a ball inside would be enough.
Wombology? The
Study of wombo? It's first grade, SpongeBob.
Patrick, I'm sorry I doubted you.
Dodged the fucking wrong way. Oh! 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 I wanted more blood freeze, apparently. Oh, no. Damn. I feel like that was a really solid attempt as well. Guess we'll just have a quick ad break and try again. She cheats? I reckon she does. That was going really well though. That was on quote. Me, you, she, wombo. It was a good run, thank you. I think going to the bathroom will help. But I'm gonna run ads for 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take your meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in 3 minutes and try again then. Try again then. Right, we'll wait for the fishing to be over. And then we'll go again.
Richard Nixon, Studebaker, television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe.
Ryan started the fire. Ryan started the fire. And it's burning. Alright. Alright, are we ready? Oh wait, let's get some root res in a sec. And then we'll get back to it. You are a good streamer. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just be myself and play games and do art. Where's that quote from? The Office, which I feel I remember you saying, Horror, you have not watched. I feel like you said that somewhere. Such a bitch. Oh my god, you're such a bitch. She's an I hate it here. I don't know if I believe you. I still need to watch that. Like, it's not for everyone, you know, cringe comedy isn't for everyone, but I love it. It's one of my favorite shows. Love it to death. Love it to absolute death, I do. If I was feeling like super depressed and I was like, what should I watch? I'd go for that. Ryan started the fight. Oh, now I'm stuck in my head. Thanks, Billy. Now I'm stuck in my head. Who's your favourite boss so far? Someone asked me that yesterday, for some reason I couldn't think of an answer, but then when someone asked, like, we were talking about bosses on Wednesday, I'd had an answer. Look, gonna lie down and watch AFK. All good, all good. Enjoy your lurk, Rose. I appreciate you. Good love, thank you. I like Renella. I think Renella is a very breathtaking boss. I think she's very beautiful. My start next week. If you want to become obsessed with something, then I thoroughly encourage you. Yeah, I do like Renella. Renella's very beautiful. Kind of like elegance, you know? And offers something after you've killed her, you know? I feel like I would love to do some fan art of Renella. What about you, Emma? Who would your favourite be? You're welcome. I appreciate it. Alright, okay. We want to get more of what we just did. I feel like I do better when I shrimp. The posture, the bad posture helps. You're like the first person that likes that fight. I just feel like... Yeah, I don't know, I liked it. I think she's beautiful. It was interesting, it was different. It's like a very soothing fight as well. Like when you're doing the first bit, it's like a lullaby, you know? I loved Big Bang Theory. Oh my god, Big Bang Theory is so good, Horror. I bought Jim, my best friend, the box set, because I was like, you will love this. Friends, so I feel like it might be down my alley. It could be. I can't say for sure it will be, but I think it's amazing. You get really attached to the characters and, you know, it's one of my absolute comfort shows. So The Office UK, no, US. Jake, okay. You may not have reached that boss I like yet. I've done every single boss. I have done 163 bosses, except from the final boss. Oh yeah, I get it. It's a pretty looking fight. Like I said, it's so soothing. Like the first bit when they're all singing, it's very soothing and deceiving. But the one thing I don't like about this game is they have really great boss designs, but when I'm fighting them, I don't have enough time to appreciate it because I'm too focused on staring at specific things instead of the overall design. And that's something that I don't like. Like, obviously, does that make sense? I don't know. I wish I had, like, more way to appreciate it. My fave is Malekith. Yeah, we did Malekith about a week or two ago. And he was the first boss that like made me shake. So I'd get past the first phase, and then when he like revealed it, I literally was like shaking. I was like shaking my ass off. But we did it, and it was very rewarding. Thank you for redeeming a tea leaf, Cow. I hope you're doing well. And Godfrey too. Which one? Like the
Look at this graph.
the most recent one. Fair enough. You can do it, T. You were looking great, by the way. What the hell? Guess what? Thank you, Slade. I hope work's going well. You little hard worker, you. You don't have time to appreciate the art. Exactly that. But I do have the art books, so I guess I can look at it in the art book. The shaking made you come this far. It's true, but I didn't start shaking until Malekith. So, and then when I get to the second phase of her, I start shaking, which throws my reflexes off so much. What's that? Is that what are you showing me? Forgot she does that. What time do you normally stream till? This is the run. I'm dead. Never mind. It was going really good. That was a really good one. How long do I usually stream till? I usually stream for about 4 to 6 hours. Usually with Elden Ring, it's like 5 to 6 hours. So, however long it is in like an hour or two. Have you seen the last boss yet? We have tried it. We have tried it. He probably has a second phase, I believe. So I've only seen his skinny ass bod. But I decided I wanted to do all the bosses, so I had like a spreadsheet out and we went through and ticked off every single person, and then we decided we'd do Millennia and then we'd do the final boss and hopefully finish the game. That was a good run. That was going so well. Yeah, I forgot when she like slams down that it like erupts. I forgot like I forgot she did that. I just thought it was what she did on like this one. Oh. That was an amazing run, thank you. Now we gotta have a bad run. That's how it always goes. I might go now. I'm getting EP and kind of want to check on a movie and wind down, have a good night or day, whatever it is, maybe for you. Yeah, it's about 3 p.m. for me. But that's all good. I hope you have a good evening. Get some rest. I know it's late for you. It's like, yeah, it's getting to like midnight. Go look after yourself. Have a good sleep and what's not. Yeah. Don't jinx yourself. This is gonna be it. This run right now, you see right now, this is gonna be history, guys. This here is going to be the run where we defeat her. I feel it in my fingers and I feel it in my toes. Feel it all around me, and it's pick a Christmas nose over. Hi Heather, I hope you're doing well. Oh, I haven't seen that movie in ages now. I kind of want to watch that. What, Love Actually? Feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Christmas all around me. And the feeling grows. Yes, go for it. Go for it. It's a good film. My dad watches it like every year. Loves that shit. Loves that shit. She didn't catch me on that second flurry. I would have been alright. My hair looks fake right now for some reason. I feel like it looks fake. Alright. Let's try again. Thanks for the love, Jim. How's the soldering going? You enjoying it? Oh, that was not good. She's feeling a bit aggressive this time. Oh. Yeah. Loved lurking this fight all week. You inspire me for my own sunless run. Heather, thank you. It has been all week. Thank you. I appreciate you. Aw. Thank you. So what kind of runs have you done? If you feel like you want to answer, if you just want to stay in your lurk, that's also okay. Spam the hearts chat. How dare you? Oh, you guys are cute. Very well, taking a break at the moment. Are you soldered out? Not every bus is gonna be easy to beat. Why are you beating buses? What's the bus done to you? Someone's not believing enough. Blame the chat. You! Right there! Why do you not believe in me? Eric? Is Eric still here? I was wondering if maybe I could ask for another horse. Eric, where are you? I'm not saying I believe you. I'm just saying my bosses are gonna. Yeah, this is true. I'm only playing. I'm a very sarcastic person. If that has not come across at this point, maybe too sarcastic. I only just finished my first ever playthrough. Death took advantage of summoning my mimic tier when it felt like my sanity was hanging by a thread. I've heard that is a really good tactic. But like when I fought Margit, like the first time I ever went in, obviously you can do that summon thing outside, and I was like, oh, what's this? And I just did it because I didn't know what it was, and then I found, you know, it distracted him, and I was like, oh, I don't like that. I was like, why is it no? I was like, it's just a distraction, and that's when I was like, okay, no, I think I want to do it without. And everyone's like, oh, that's summons. I was like, well, what is that? Why is it doing that? Yeah, that was not a good one. I might be soldered out, but this Melanie are gonna get a solder in the face in a minute. Yeah, you do it for me. Jim, do it for me, please. I don't want to do it anymore. England are winning. If England win, that means I'm gonna beat Millennia. If I'm bugging you, I could leave, no problem. I never said you were bugging me. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. I never said such a thing. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think I'm dead. Yeah. No, you didn't? Okay. You're fine. Yeah, I hope I didn't say anything that made it seem that way. I appreciate the half a horse. Okay. For sure, someone still aggro a lot makes it harder to learn the movesets, but I'm determined to do a full summonless run. You'll have to let me know how you get on. That's exciting to hear. Meow. 5 years later, we're still gonna be here. We're never gonna play another game. Ever. Ever, ever. We're gonna play Elden Ring forever. And ever. And ever! I thought I was trying to roll, bitch. I'm gonna run out of daggers. Have faith. I'm trying. You got this. Thank you, guys. What do you mean? You gotta do your PS5 run next. Oh my god. We're gonna do it on every console, guys. You know, she swings 80 times in that waterfowl attack. Is that how many it is? Bloody hell. And it's just like 2 hits from her, you die. So I bet they had well of a time making up this fight. I bet they thought they were hilarious Haha, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we'll add a bit of that. Oh, yeah, oh, that's brilliant. 18 times, my god, I know. And then they have the audacity to throw out like 3-4 times in a fight. Just in like phase 1. Oh. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm playing this game. No, I think I might have an idea of what I'm doing wrong. Apparently the Wolfowl wasn't in the game until last minute. Because they hate us. This is him, by the way. That's actually him. Like, really? Okay, I think I might have it figured out. I keep consistently dodging the wrong way. And I know Nayla and Rolly told me I need to maybe roll a different way. And I think I've got it more figured out. Should have killed. Blade of Mikula. Blah blah blah. Made up. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Can't believe how long I've spent on this fight. Doing it over and 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 over. Like any other game, I would have never done this. Never. Never. Never ever ever. I'm gonna have to get more daggers soon. Right, I'm on the PC now. Can you do it for me now? Somewhere everyone spends a long time with her. Apparently not. I think Moggy and someone else said they didn't spend that long. 5 in like 12 attempts. This is what makes it interesting and entertainment. I just don't know how you guys can sit for this long and watch it. I need to get there on my run. I might actually play some Elden Bling Blings later if you want to chill or something. I think I am seeing the boy and having some foods because he has asked me since stream has started. So I think I'm doing that. 12 attempts? Yeah, that's what someone said earlier. But that was first. I explicitly asked and they said yes. They said yes. I was like, first time. And they're like, yeah. I was like, okay. Oh. I'm so happy I got that bit figured out now. See, I was dodging that bit and I can't seem to get it now. Yeah. Yep. Because you're a good stripper, that's why everyone sits and watches. I know you mean streamer, but you said stripper and it sounds funny. That doesn't happen here, by the way, guys. Clothes stay purely on. My phone is screwed up. That's okay. That's okay. That's like a time that man. I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see. Depends what the suggestion is. That's crazy. Yeah, like I have definitely spent like 200, maybe 300 attempts on this quite easily. I wish I could be a good stripper. We're all naked under clothes. Are we all just strippers? I have problems, that's why I use my phone to type for me. That's okay. Do you mean like you like type or do you like kind of speak to your thing? Okay, let me respond a second. I'm solidifying my food plans, okay? And if it's chicken, I gotta go. Not right now. After stream. Just wanna see what time. Chinese tonight, let's go. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good time. I speak to my phone. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Not me, I'm naked on top of my clothes. Oh boy. It sounds like being like, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that did tickle my pickle, I will admit. That was a good one. I found that quite humorous, you see. Quite humorous, yes. I'm dead. Give me a break. Piss off. She's super aggro right now. I feel like I want to start again. Okay, cool. Now I know what time. I'm sorry about that. That was an accident. No, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Actually, Jid just stalks me. I am actually, in fact, a stripper in my free time. No, I'm not. I'm not. My clothes stay on, and I don't like people looking at even my arm skin. Don't perceive my neck, please, and stop looking at my neck. I exist to tickle the pickle. And it made a funny joke as well, just it was a good time. It was a good time. The jest was quite amusing. The jest was quite amusing, yes. Oh. Yes. Yes. Also, Emo, I don't know if I thanked you for the gigantic emote or if you just did it and I was like, oh, look at that guy. But yeah, thank you for the biddies on the emote. Sometimes you like think things in your head and you're just like, just forget to say it. It's like when Billy does the gigantic hydrate emote. I'm like, oh, thank you for the hydrate. And I'm like, oh no, thank you for the biddies as well. Brain overload. Go and go kaput. Yeah, get out of my space, bitch. I want to figure it out like close up. Chicken the pickle. Make sure it's not a nickel. Make sure it's not a nipple. You can do it. Thank you, Mr. Ghost Cat. I appreciate it. Are you James Bond's cat? Mr. Ghost Cat 007. Guys, it's James Bond's cat. Please be kind. Actually, I don't know what you mean. Thank you. Thank you, Billy. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the minis. Now Hello Kitty's just staring into my soul. I surely don't know what you mean. I have a terrible vocal stim of doing like a very strong English accent. Do you just say sipple and nipple? No. What? Tickle the pickle and make sure it's not a nipple. Time. Oh, we're not ready for this. Woo! Okay, it's okay. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this game. Manila? You're not Manila. What am I talking about? Millennia! I'm so good at this game. Have you heard? Have you heard how I'm gonna beat you? Have you heard? Have you heard the news? Have you heard the news, Manila? Today is the day. Have you heard? Have you heard? Did you know? Huh? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Have you heard the news, Manila? You are so vanilla. It's actually sickening. She's like, how dare you call me vanilla? I am the most exciting boss there is. Now as a human. Oh, don't worry, it will not take 10 more try. I'm gonna hold you to it. Wise words out. Listen to this woman. She told you her name like 300 times. Do you still? No, it's because I merged Manila and Millennia together, so it become Manila. I got Ranella on the brain, okay? I like Ranella. I am Manella, blade of Manella. Oh my god, stop. What's she doing? Oh yeah, you do that over there, my love. That's nice. Yes, plant some flowers. That's lovely. I love that for you. I didn't know what to do then. I actually haven't got much experience with that bit. I didn't know what was happening. I'm guessing you run. I'm guessing you run away from that. Want some vanilla? You want some vanilla? Oh. Whoops. Whoops. I even get her name wrong most of the time. I'm not great with names, honestly. Especially when they're not names I'm used to hearing. Pure vanilla ice cream. Tears the real boss, thank you, Slade. That's a good run, actually. Yeah, that was going well. I just, the move, I was like, what is this? What's happening? It was a good run, thank you. And then my Manila, Illa, eh. That was literally it. I was under her, and then if you look off and run during the bloom, she almost always misses. Okay. Was that the bloom, was it? And it seems like a good strat. It does, doesn't it? Do the opposite of what I did, basically. Just run, babe, which turns into a okay, babe. Alright, babe. You had my heart. And we'll never be worlds apart. Maybe in magazines. But you still beam a star. Baby, because in the dark, you can't see shiny cars. That's when you'll need me there. If you are always share, I can't remember. Because when the something rains will rain together. Don't you know I'll be here forever? Don't you know I'll always be a friend? Stick it out. Be there till the end. I'm trying to figure it out more. You got this and you're gonna kick her ass. Thank you. This big slaps. Just the spoken word. When the sun rains, we'll rain together. I can't remember the words now. Together. Together. Under my umbrella. Ella. Ella. A. 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 B. C. D.
Blade of Mikado.
Rebecca's wise words. I think that's an old song. It is an old song. It's by Rihanna. Riri. By Riri. My card was actually pretty cool too. Was that the one you had to use the specific weapon for? And he was like a snake or something. I mean, you could escape from her when you're healing regardless. Yeah. How many deaths have you hit? It's an uncountable amount. I don't even count that high. I don't even count that high. Hmm. 15. Yeah, that's as far as I can count. I'm stuck in the corner over here. Oh, you fucking bitch. Can't figure out, like, when she's so close. 15 until, yeah. Now we're at 14. Under my umbrella, Ella, Ella, A, may, say, may, nay, 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 now watch me whip. Now watch me, nay, nay. Now watch me whip, whip. Watch me, nay, nay, what me do? The brain is the brain, no compute error. Hardest boss in terms. Oh, literally. The fact that I didn't use the stagger is so annoying. Oh, shit. We're getting better at that bit as well. Oh, straight off the bat. Okay, cool. It was Satisfactory, not Planet Crafter that I wanted to try. Oh, was that? I'm gonna have to look at what it is. I'm gonna have a quick look now. Annoying as hell. She is so annoying as hell. Let's have a look. Satisfactory. Oh, I can see why you thought it was the same. It's kind of similar from initial glance. This isn't. It's a first-person open-world factory building game with a dash of exploration and combat. Play alone or with friends. Oh, would you play that with Kane? It's got really great reviews as well. It's cute. That was a solid run. Thank you. Bad RNG. What's RNG mean? Sorry, I'm not good with abbreviations. By myself. I bet you'd play and then Kane would be like, Thank you for the lurk, Umar. I appreciate it. Enjoy a lurk. Oh. I'm still thinking about it. What's gonna sway your decision? Do you need to watch like maybe like a little someone playing it, possibly? RNG equals random number generated, literally, but basically which move she just. Oh yes, yeah, definitely. Because I feel like it was going well, and then she throws the waterfall out, and if I'm in her proximity, I don't know how to get out of it. I can do it away, no problem. Cool. You've been close? We have been close. Is it Stephen or Stefan? I think it's Stephen. We have been close, but I'm still trying to figure out the second phase out, to be honest. Oh. Oh my god, what happened there? How you doing today though, Stephen? I hope you're having a good day. Oh shit. Can't figure out how to get out of that one. When she's up close, I can't figure it out. I think you should do a hit and run. Hit and run's a good Simpsons game though. T the Almighty intensifies. Yeah, just a little bit. Give restart my run on Elden Ring. Oh my god, my brain. And beat all main bosses. How many times have you played it? I hope you're enjoying it. Get 'em. Might not be the day. Might be next week. Might be next week. Because we're reaching 5 hours. Try to roll to the left or right. I'll try, but it's so hard to keep it in my head. Can we get a mod where it just like takes that move out of the game? That would be so great. I'm out of us going home on the bus now. Oh, safe travels. Safe travels, my friend. I beat the DLC bosses. Damn. So you must like the game then. You must like the game. I don't really know much about the DLC. Because I've only played this. And it's my first favorite. Dodge that one time. Oh shit. I've seen some people that played our videos and made it into a mud. Into a mud? I don't know what that means. We got 18 minutes till ads, so I think we'll try for probably about 15 more minutes maybe, and then call it there and just have to pick it up next stream. But I think we're getting closer. I say every stream. We're getting closer. And slowly. I just want to figure that out. Because if I figure it out, when I get to the second phase, it gives me so much more of a chance when she does it in my way. Hi, Sin! How you doing, cutie? I would say you're doing great. This bitch is so she's tough cookie. She's a tough cookie to crack. Definitely. Better than yesterday. I'm glad to hear that. I hope everything's okay. I'm alright, thank you. Been spending just a relentless amount of hours on this. But it's nice to see you. Chocolate chip cookie. No, I reckon she'd be like a red velvet cookie. Do you not think? Hi, Preserve Reality. How you doing? Spent a ridiculous amount of time in the car for 2 days, then decided it was a brilliant idea to hand wash things. Damn, why are we in the car so much? Sounds good to be out of it now, though. I think one more try, and we're gonna call it for today. We've been doing this a long time. Red Velvet Cookie sounds perfect. I think that's just what she is. How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Preserve reality. Just, I'm having a lot of patience, I've discovered. How are you doing? She's a fortune cookie, but it just says you're fucked. Yeah, literally. Me and my partner, we went to this food place. Thank you, Jim. We went to this food place and they had fortune cookies, and we were like, oh, super excited, because I don't think we've done fortune cookies together before. And opened it, and it just was like promoting the place. It was like, take a selfie.
Good day to you.
Hi,
Good day
Vitra.
to you. Good evening. Oh my.
Yeah, it was like, take a selfie with the cashier and get like something free. And it's like, that's not a fortune cookie. What do you mean? I wanted to be told, you know, good things is coming or something. Do you know what I mean? Life is on the horizon of a brilliant bird pecking down on your knee and bringing you luck. I don't know. Had to get some business done, but it was only half done, so I had to finish on second day, and business was 2 hours. Well, at least you've done it now. At least you've done it now, Sen. I played this game 7 times, and I still have a hard time to defeat her, and you're doing better than I ever would. Aw, thank you. I reckon we'll do it. Maybe just next stream. We have had more time with her second phase as well. Like, there was moves today that I was like, okay, I've never seen this. You're doing great, thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Truly, though. 5 hours is a lot. You are certainly patient. Well, 5 hours today, 5 hours yesterday, 5 hours Wednesday, and like 2 hours on Tuesday. So, yeah. Take a break if you need to. This bitch is a beast. She is a beast. Also, Beatrice, thank you for the biddies. I hope you're having a good day. No way. I know. Like, put a fortune in there. Oh, thank you, Lemon. I enjoy being here. Preserve reality. Even though the stream has been like the same thing for like 3 days, three streams in a row. When's the next gonna be? I mean, next stream is Tuesday, but usually we do art. But I really want to finish this game. Is my problem. I wanted to have it finished today. Like the start of the week, I was like, we'll finish all the bosses Tuesday. We'll start Millennia, and we'll do the final boss. That was planned for 4 streams. I didn't realize Millennia was going to be 3+ streams. You know? I think we'll do art Tuesday. It'll be good for us. I knew I missed that one. Alright, we'll go one more go. Not bad today. Naturally on Twitch. Hope your day is going well. She's a peacekeeper and she's in fact patient. Oh no. I mean, maybe I am. I don't know. I do get really frustrated and overstimulated, but I don't know if that's normal or we don't have any blood grease, so we're going in no blood grease, but it's what it is. Or if like someone would get frustrated at that, you know. I nap right here. Oh, you yeah, I fell asleep, but you got this. Thank you. We're finished in a minute anyway. Just turn around like, where did you go? That is normal. I mean more so with like other things like my daughter and other situations. I can get really like frustrated, and I don't know if anyone else would get that frustrated or if it's like purely just because like I'm autistic and I get overstimulated. We'll try one more time. I want to like try and not die to the water fountain. Maybe I'll have to look how to... I don't know how to dodge that move when she's close up. That's what I'm struggling with. Oh, hi, Kale. How you doing, cutie? Bonding with Millennia. We're so bonded. We're like gals. We're doing like gossip. Gals gossip. We're having a girls' night in. You know. I'm at a rest site right now.
Blade of Mikola.
Alright, one more. One more go. One more. One more for the bibs. Been hungry. And I've got to wait hours to eat as well.
No, I don't.
No.
No. I'm not
I'm
allowed.
I know I'm not allowed.
I've done it now. It's too bleeding late. What are they
gonna do? What's gonna happen?
They're
Gonna shoot me? I doubt it. You have to catch me first. I'm like a bullet. I don't have any daggers. Oh, I do. I have 3. I lied. I just told a lie, and you guys believed me. Oh, I didn't realize she was going to do that. I don't know how to get out of that. And I think that's the problem. I'm going to keep getting to this bit, and she's going to do that, and then I'm just not going to do it. Hi Ringtail, how you doing? I'd appreciate Milan's boss music more if I ever got to the second phase. I just need to... It's that move. It's that one move. Okay, we have 5 minutes to add. I'll snooze it one more time. And we'll just try the final try of the stream. The final try of the stream. Oh boy! Oh boy! That sounds like Mickey. Oh boy! Huh! Oh boy. Thank you for the 45 stream streak. Huh. Thank you, cutie. Ho ho! That's what it sounds like. Ho ho! Oh boy! Oh boy! Ho ho! Oh, I didn't realize she would get me from there. Ho ho! Oh, I'm dead. Right, that didn't count. That didn't count. That. No one saw that. No one saw that. Some of our attacks are O's. They are. It's hard. It's hard. Don't be fooled. I'm making it look so easy. It's fucking hard, man. This is the final one. I didn't see anything. I like her attitude, Jid. Right. This is the final one, guys. This is it. And then we will carry on, I guess, Wednesday. That's a long time to wait. Oh, she was like, you silly bitch.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
That one didn't count. We have to last at least halfway, okay? For it to count, we have to last halfway, okay? Otherwise it doesn't count. This right here is the final run of the stream. Dinner's ready. Wait, literally. It didn't count. It didn't count. This is the last final round. You see this? The last one. This is the finale of the stream. Right here. That's when you know it's not going well, when she smacks you twice.
Blade of Mikola.
We didn't get her halfway, so it doesn't count. Doesn't count. The last run of the stream, take 2. No, this is the first one. What do you mean? This right here is the final try of the stream. I have never said this before. You guys are totally expecting this to be the final, last try of the stream. Before we finish, this is the final one. There we go, that's good. Shouldn't bitch slap me twice. This is the final try of today's stream. Will she do it? Stay tuned. Will she actually take this as the final one? Fatality. Or will she try again afterwards? Or will she accept defeat and run to her mommy like a little bitch? Find out. Oh shit. On Dragon Ball T. Oh shit. That was the final try of today's stream. Another world premiere. First try, here we go. Artwork final last, actually. Oh my god, I actually do that as well, Kale. I do that so many times. Actual final. This is final one. Yeah, I do that. We tried, guys. We'll get her next time. I know it. We'll get her. We'll fuck her up. Anyway, first try. 3 days later, still streaming. We're gonna do it, guys. This is the final one, I swear. We can't last halfway. You're not finished. Exactly, exactly, Demon. You're not finished if you can't last halfway. GG's, thank you guys. I thought you should try 10 more times. We will. Wednesday, I guess. Wednesday. That was an amazing time. You get better every time. Thank you. I think so. Tuesday we'll do art. Wednesday, I guess we'll do Elden Ring. I guess we will wait till Wednesday. I guess we will. We will do the thing and wait till then. Right, who are we gonna raid? Where are we gonna go? Snooze them ads, them batty addies. This was a good first try. Thank you, Billy. I set for the consequence and naming scheme yesterday. Tried to find a file I made months ago. And I couldn't. Oh no. Oh, bless you. You needed to add the final to it. That's an amazing one. Wait, no, I read that. I think I read that, yeah. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here, Eric. Well thought. Thanks for stream, boss ass bitch. Thank you for being here, boy. Thank you. Thank you, Nelson. Well done, GG's bitch. Thank you. Final for real version 17. Exactly. Thanks for thank you for being here, Otto. I appreciate it. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here, Sin. Thank you for the stream, and I hope yeah, I think I'm gonna get chicken. Like, that sounds like a good time to me. Not gonna lie. I like some chicken. Chicken. Well, like for me. Chicken in my belly. Bye, saves. KFX, bye. KFX, bye. Have I missed it? No, it's not done, Mum. She's defeated me again. She's defeated me again, Mum. Thanks for having me. Thanks for being here, Moggy. I hope the rugby goes well. Enjoy it. Plan your next run. You're gonna kick her ass. Don't worry, patience. Next time I'll be like, I know you. I don't know where to go. Where are we going? There's actually not a lot of people streaming Elden Ring. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, Demon. This person looks nice. Looks like a gal playing Elden Ring. We love some gals playing Elden Ring, you know? We love it. Let's show some love. The attempts go on till Wednesday, dim sum. If you want to see if I do it, then Wednesday's your dude. Elden Ring. Yes, Elden Ring. Exactly. Right. Hopefully that works. Yeah, that's the right person. There's the raid messages if you want them. I can't do stuff because I'm bad. Cancel raid, I just got here. Oh, guys, we're leaving now. Immediately. I'm not even going to see the rest of chat. Bye, Danko. Hope you're doing well. She's resting right now in a false sense of security. Yeah, I'm just letting her feed her ego a little bit. You encourage people not to give up. That's why I play for this long, and that's good. Thank you, Jid. I appreciate it. I'm trying my best. But tune in on Wednesday. Yeah, but my mum will know when I've done it because she will hear the yay. That's how she knows when I've done a boss. She hears it from downstairs. Every time I'm on break, she's like, have you done it? I'm like, no, I haven't. Best of luck. I know the feeling. Thank you, Dim Sum. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here, Rose. Thank you, Fod. Right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the streaks, the redeems, the follows, the biddies, the subs, the gifted subs, just everything. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I'll be back Tuesday. We'll do some art. And then Wednesday, we'll do Elden Ring. If you're new here, I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So Tuesday will be our Wednesday, Friday, Saturday are games. So it might be Elden Ring all week if we are still stuck here. But I love you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good day. You too, Dank. Bye, guys.